Hey everyone, and welcome to the best of February 2023. About 4 hours worth of horror stories. I hope you all enjoy them. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. Let's see if we can reach 1,200 likes on this one. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post content just like this all of the time. But yeah, so lately I've gotten a lot of comments from people saying that whenever I use a picture or a video in the background, it generates light and it makes it harder for them to sleep. I've gotten recommendations to start using a black screen in the background, so that way, if people are watching on their phone, tablet, computer, whatever it is, there won't be any light generated, so it, will be easier to sleep. I think it's a great idea, but I wanted all of your opinions. Do you like it when I use a picture? Do you like it when I use a looping video? Do you like the black screen? I just want all of your input so that I can move forward doing whatever all of you like. But yeah, sit back, grab a coffee, pack a bowl, whatever it is that you do to relax. Enjoy the video, tell someone you love them, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. Everybody has problems they need to deal with. I bet if I asked my friends, they would tell me a million things that I could fix about myself, and I could do the same to them. It's just the way we are as people. We all make mistakes. What sets us apart, however, is how we react to advice on how to fix our mistakes in the future. You can be mature and listen to that advice by acting upon it, making yourself a better person in the process. Or you could be stubborn and not listen to the advice at all. And finally, you can be insane and listen while doing the complete opposite. I'd like to say I was mature, someone who would tell me about a flaw in my character, and I would work my hardest to rectify it. If I was wrong, I would try my best to make it right. But I guess some people don't view the world the same way. You know, the type of people who think there is only one correct way, and it's their way. The fact that I thought people were willing to change was a grave mistake of mine. I have a friend named Matthew, who everyone called Matt. We had been friends for a good 17 years since the end of high school. He was funny and great company, but he had a problem. He lied. Constantly. And I mean constantly. Even about the smallest things. When I first met him, I asked if he had any siblings, and he told me he was an only child. Later that year, I found out that he had a younger sister. He would lie about what he did on the weekend, about what pets he had at home. Stuff that was really inconsequential, that he didn't need to lie about, and yet he kept lying. And when confronted, he would smile and shrug it off, as if it was just a joke and that I shouldn't have taken what he said so seriously. And so I stopped really concentrating on what he said. Just let him be, I had thought. He's not hurting anybody. Well, Matt wasn't hurting anybody yet. You see, after time, his lies would get worse. From little white lies that didn't have any value to big lies that, at best, would screw with people, and at worst would ruin their lives. It snowballed from, I went to that Coldplay concert on the weekend, and went to, I saw Jessica screwing David in the back alley behind the cinemas. Jessica's boyfriend wasn't too happy about that. After 4 chipped teeth, 2 cracked ribs, severe facial tearing, and mild brain hemorrhaging, David was finally released from hospital. Luckily, he was able to get back on his feet, but the doctors said he would never be able to move as fast as he used to. Goodbye scholarship. It was proved later that what Matt had said was in fact a lie. When he was confronted about it, he played it down and got away scot-free. I could see something was wrong with Matt, and yet I still let him be. I was worried, of course, but I didn't know how to bring it up. How do you tell one of your best friends that they may have severe mental problems? So I let it go. I was moving states after all, I kept in touch with him, visiting him when I went back home to visit my own family. We would go fishing or watch a movie, just generally hang out. As time went on, he seemed quieter, more withdrawn, more hesitant to speak about his personal life. I had taken that as a good sign. To me, less talking meant less lying. Hell, he could even be going to therapy. And so we kept up that sort of relationship for 17 years. 17 years. I don't know how many people he had hurt since then. I don't even want to know. But I have some sort of idea. The grief occasionally wakes me up in the middle of the night. I could have stopped this. I would sob into my pillow. I could have done something. But I never did, and it costed me dearly. It was early 2015. I was busy with work and life, and so I hadn't got to see my parents for a while. But then things changed, and when I finally booked my plane tickets, I was giddy with excitement. I loved my parents and missed them, and I knew they would be excited to see their first grandson. I looked at my wife, Abby, who was holding little baby Mark, and smiled again. To me, life was good. My job paid well. I had a beautiful wife and son. I was happy and content, and I couldn't wait to share my feelings with my parents. My mom especially would be overjoyed. She had always told me, "You need a good wife to ground you. Take your head out of the clouds, eh?" I would smile and shake my head. "Soon," I would say. And soon was now. Mark's first plane trip was uneventful, which surprised me, but probably relieved all the other passengers on the plane. We got off and spent a joyous few days at my parents' house, who loved to spoil little Mark to bits. We would talk and laugh, and it seemed to me Abby and her in-laws really clicked. Those were the last days I was truly happy. I had texted Matt for another catch-up, and he, of course, had said yes. We met at our usual spot, a really nice lake deep inside the bowels of Montana. It was a 40-minute drive to get there, but as always, the conditions were perfect and the fish were biting. We planned to stay there for about 4 hours, and during the middle of the session, I managed to catch a massive lake whitefish. After congratulating me, Matt had told me he had one time caught a fish 2 times that size. I rolled my eyes at him. I, of course, knew what he was like. Upon noticing my reaction, he seemed kind of hurt, but nevertheless agreed to snap a photo of me holding the fish. Once he finished taking the photos of me, he leaned forward to pass the phone back, and as he did, the boat suddenly lurched, causing Matt to roll to one side, and in turn drop my phone. We both watched in horror as the phone landed in the water with a plonk. Matt turned to me. "I'm so sorry, Daniel. Honestly, I didn't mean to do it." I laughed. "It's okay, Matt. I was looking to get it replaced anyways." He began to laugh as well, but I could see the relief wash over his face. It was the truth. I couldn't be walking around with an iPhone 8 anymore. It just wasn't practical. But then I had a thought. "Oh," I exclaimed. Matt quickly turned to look at me. "You better text Abby. I'm not going to be able to text her anymore. Do you have her phone number?" He nodded in affirmation. I narrowed my eyes at him. "You don't actually, do you?" I questioned. He sheepishly nodded again. So I told him her phone number. "Yeah, you better explain the situation to her," I said, and when he pulled out his phone and started texting her, I casted out my line again. Once the sun started to set, I turned the boat around and we made our way back to where we had parked. I waved goodbye to him and left to my parents' house. After the drive, I walked up to the front door and knocked quietly, afraid that I might wake up Mark. The door opened slightly, and I saw my mother's face peek out. She looked as if she had been crying. As soon as she saw me, she sped out and embraced me in a tight hug. "I thought you were in trouble," she exclaimed. "We were so worried." "What?" I managed to say. She looked at me with a confused expression. "You know, how you fell off the boat and drowned? Matt told us all about it. He said he was calling the park rangers to see if they could find you, but he warned us not to get our hopes up. I don't know how you managed to get out, but I'm so glad you did." And then she hugged me even tighter. At this point, I was even more confused. "What exactly did Matt tell you?" I said slowly. "It doesn't matter now. You're home safe. That's all that counts," she whispered. Shaking my head, I walked inside the house. "Where's Abby?" I called out to my mom. "Oh, as soon as she heard the news, she took our car and rushed to go see Matt at the lake." "What?" I exclaimed and turned around. "Yeah, we're going to have to call," she began to say, but I'd already made my way back to the car. I put my keys in the ignition and drove off as fast as I could. As I quickly made my way back to the lake, trying to avoid an accident, the cops began to turn in my heed. I didn't know why Matt had told my parents that I had drowned, but Abby was going to the lake to meet him. Something was wrong. I could feel it. I reached into my pocket to call Abby when I realized I didn't have a phone. I yelled and slammed my palm against the wheel. There was no use turning back now, so I kept on driving. But then I noticed a jogger coming towards me, headphones on and listening to music. I pulled over and practically leaped out of the car. They saw me coming towards them and stopped with a worried look on their face. I held up both my hands as a sign of peace. "Listen, I'll give you $100 if you can let me use your phone right now," I said. "I don't know," the jogger said. I pulled out my keys. "You can have these until I'm finished, so you know I won't run away. Please," I pleaded. The jogger took the keys from my hand and tossed me their phone. I thanked them and quickly opened the phone app and called Abby. No response. Cursing myself, I decided to call Matt. He answered surprisingly quickly. "Hey Daniel, what's up?" "Where the hell is Abby?" I shouted at him, causing the jogger to back away from me. "Hey man, calm down. What are you talking about?" "What am I talking about? What are you talking about? You're the one lying about me drowning or something." He was silent for a while before responding. "I don't lie, Daniel." "Tell me the truth for once in your life. Where is Abby?" I yelled again. "Oh yeah, her. Well, it turns out the human body doesn't take kindly to a gunshot to the sternum. Just, I don't take kindly to being called a liar. Sorry about that. There was nothing I could do." "Liar, where is she?" I said, but for once, I almost believed him. He sounded way too calm given the situation. "I don't lie, Daniel." And then he hung up. I stared at my phone in disbelief for a couple of seconds before handing it, along with $100, to the now very concerned jogger. I sped away into the night, rushing as fast as I could to get to the lake. I knew Matt was prone to lying, but at this point I was panicking, seriously fearing for Abby's life. The trip seemed to last an eternity. Every second was spent wondering if it was Abby's last, but eventually I made it to the lake. Both Matt and my parents' car were parked at the front, confirming my suspicions. They were both here. I walked over to the main part of the lake to see if I could scout out anything. The lake was eerily calm, the water still, and even the trees seemed not to rustle to the evening wind. My heart was in my throat. I was terrified of what could be happening, unseen by everyone, including myself. Where is she? Where is she? I said to myself, Come on, think, man. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shape that shouldn't be there. At the end of the jetty, I focused my eyes on it, and the shape seemed to resemble something human-like, so I made my way over to it. As I made my way closer, some clouds moved past the moon, making my surroundings ever so brighter momentarily, and I ran because I saw who it was. Abby. She was sitting in a chair, hands and feet bound to each other, causing her to sit in an awkward position. Her mouth was bound and blood seemed to drip over every part of her body, yet she was still breathing, her eyes looking at me pleadingly. I came up to her and cried out in anguish when I located the source of the blood. A bullet wound, clean through the sternum. What did he do to you? Abby, I swear I'm going to kill him. I cried out while untying her knots. Suddenly her facial expression changed from worry to fear, and before I could react, I felt a hard shove on my back. The momentum carrying me over the jetty and into the water. The cold, tangy water quickly submerged me as I wrestled with my assailant. They had the upper hand, however, as they were on top of me, forcing me down ever deeper. I began to panic and did the one thing I shouldn't have done in that situation. I swallowed. As the water filled my lungs, I became lightheaded and woozy. Shadows and shapes danced in front of my eyes, and I had a hard time discerning what was going on. Every fiber of my being was screaming at me to intake more oxygen, and yet I couldn't. My thrashing became weaker, and as the energy slowly left my body, thoughts swirled across my head, cascading into an orchestra of noise. I called him a liar. He said you had drowned. Abby had been shot in the sternum. I never lie, Daniel. I never lie. My body finally hit the bottom of the lake, causing me to awaken from my trance. I thrust my hands out to support myself on the sand, like one last-ditch effort before I gave up. However, my right hand came in contact with something, small and glass. What is it? It's, I don't know. I had a hard time collecting my thoughts. I was scared and lacked oxygen, but even then, they culminated into an answer. I knew what it was now. A beer bottle. Mustering my strength, I swung the bottle as hard as I could onto my attacker. They recoiled and the pressure released on my chest was almost instant. Feeling lighter, I began to swim to the surface as fast as I could. And let me tell you, after an experience like that, air has never felt better. I stayed stationary for a while, lapping up oxygen and regaining my strength before swimming my way back towards the shore. As I got to dry land, the earth began to sway and rock beneath my feet, as if I had just been on a boat. And then I felt bile rushing up my throat as I bent over and retched into the sand. I stood up again, wiping my mouth and looking for Matt, and just as I was hoping, there was no sign of him. I must have hit him harder than I thought I did. Good riddance to you, I called out towards the lake. Drowning in the lake really suits you. Remembering Abby, I rushed towards the jetty again. Every step felt like I was walking through mud. I made it to the end and she was still there, sitting awkwardly in the chair, except this time was different. Her body was slumped over herself. She was still, and she was cold. I fell to my knees, crying loud. I was too late. She's gone. I curled into a fetal position, willing myself to die. There didn't seem to be much more to live for. I had lost my spark, my joy in this world. I couldn't go on any longer. I wouldn't have went on any longer if it wasn't for Mark. He needed a father. He needed me. And so I begrudgingly cut the ties that bound her and carried her lifeless body into my car and sped away once more into the night. It's been 8 years since then. The police were called, but because of the lack of evidence, they seemed to be most suspicious of me. But after a while, they dropped the investigation and left me alone. It was hard to pick up the pieces after Abby died. I felt like half of myself had been ripped off. I didn't know who I was anymore, what I could do, but therapy helped. And I feel much better about myself now. The grief is still there, but I can cope. Mark is now a strong-minded 9-year-old. He's determined and adventurous. He doesn't let anything get in his way. He's just like his mother. Yesterday was actually the anniversary of her death. I spent it as I usually did, drunk and cursing Matt for everything. I get Mark to play outside with his friends when I'm under the influence. I don't ever want him to see me like this. I can promise you now, I will sober up and go to AA meetings. But for now, he can play outside. So that's why I started to panic when I got a text from an unknown number. Come quickly. Mark has just been in a hit-and-run accident. I've called an ambulance, but I don't know if he's going to make it. I leapt from my seat and quickly opened the blinds. And there was Mark, playing a game of catch with his friends. They were having fun and laughing with each other. There was no accident. They weren't even on the road. Liar, I texted back. Who are you? What do you want? The reply was simple, but it was enough to chill me to the bone. You know I never lie, Daniel. As the title suggests, something strange has been going on with my grandmother. It started about a month ago. That's when I started writing down anything she said or did that was out of the ordinary. It has progressed into something truly bizarre and frightening. These are the logs that I've kept since it started. My grandma just had a moment of clarity. She had a moment of true lucidity. I guess I should back up a little. I've basically lived with my grandmother all my life. My mother passed shortly after giving birth to me, and oddly, so did my grandfather. Dad was never around. It's not important why. The point is, I never really had parents. I had my grandma. Our family is very small. My grandmother's only other children were my aunt and uncle, who have both passed. My uncle was gone before I was born. My aunt passed away when I was about 13. It wasn't long after that Grandma started showing signs of Alzheimer's. Prior to that, she would occasionally forget someone's name, nothing major though. After my aunt passed, it was just me and Grandma. She was a very sweet lady who always wanted to take care of people. I just feel like life isn't fair. She didn't deserve to have this happen to her. She outlived all her children and then got Alzheimer's. If it was going to happen, it could have at least happened before the majority of the family was gone. She had been through a lot. I can't imagine how that feels. Aside from my aunt, I barely remember any of the family. For Grandma to lose so many people in such a short time is just awful. Grandma did have a wild side though. Hell, she once held a gas station up at Needlepoint. Sorry, that was cheesy. Figured I'd lighten the mood a bit. This is getting a bit depressing, but the reason I'm writing this is because something amazing just happened. First, I have to explain Grandma's condition. She started slowly losing it in my early teen years. She was still able to take care of herself, but would become confused pretty easily. At first, it was just a once-in-a-while thing. A slip-up here or there. It progressed pretty quickly, though. By the time I was about 16 or 17, she needed an aide. I took care of her most of the time, but had to go to school. Grandma lived on what was left of the family money, and was able to afford an aide to come while I was at school. The family money is a bit of a mystery to me. From what Grandma told me when I was younger, My grandpa used to be pretty wealthy. That is, a zillionaire, but technically a millionaire. Especially for our little town, he was a wealthy guy. He owned a few small businesses back in the day, but ended up selling them. I'm not sure why there isn't much money left, honestly. Maybe they spoiled their kids when they were around. Maybe they made some bad investments. My grandmother worked full-time until she was 60. I would think she'd have retirement that she's been living off, so I don't understand why there isn't more money. I'm not worried about an inheritance or anything like that. It's just the fact that we can't afford an aide anymore. Her mental health deteriorated steadily over the years. After high school, I got a job right away to try to help out. Grandma had told me multiple times that she never wanted to be put in a nursing home under any circumstances. I figured I could work and help her at the same time so she could stay in her home. This worked for a while but got tougher over time. We had an aide who would come for a little while each day to help her eat and go to the bathroom. By this point, she recognized me but didn't completely remember me. She was doing strange things like hanging pizza on the clothesline or putting a sponge in the microwave. I'd be lying if I said the pizza on the clothesline didn't make me chuckle a bit, but I knew that it was getting dangerous. She wasn't able to be home alone for any amount of time anymore. We were unable to pay for a full-time aide, so I ended up leaving my job. Between my savings and the last of the family money, we had enough to eat and pay the bills. It was just barely enough, but we got by. That's pretty much where we are now. I do some freelance work. I've been selling some stuff online. Stuff like that. I'm in my mid-20s and I'll figure out my life when Grandma is gone. She needs me. I'm all she has now. Grandma's mental state has been rough. She doesn't talk much anymore, mostly mumbles. She struggles to find the words but can usually communicate what she needs. It's usually some mumbles and I can vaguely hear water or hungry, bathroom, etc. That's what brings me to why I'm writing this. She hasn't been able to have a real conversation in a few years. Today, though, something happened. I ran to the store down the street real quick. I was only gone for a few minutes. When I got back, I walked into the living room and saw Grandma sitting in her chair staring out the window. She had a big smile on her face. That was odd. She didn't convey much emotion these days, and almost never positive emotions. I asked her, "What you doing, Grandma?" I was stunned when she replied, "I'm waiting for the guys," she said. I couldn't believe it. Regardless if what she said made sense, she hadn't spoken a full coherent sentence in over a year. I asked her to elaborate. "The guys?" I asked. "Tommy and Eric are coming over, and we're gonna go skateboarding," she replied. This was even more strange. Tommy and Eric are the names of my childhood best friends. We'd go skateboarding around town all the time. That was before Grandma started having issues. I tried to keep her talking, but it was like a switch flipped and she went back to mumbling. She had a moment of clarity, though. A moment where she could speak clearly like she used to. She seemed to recover a memory. It was my memory, though. She knew my friends' names back then, though. She could have remembered me saying that. It's odd, but I'm taking it as a win. She showed that she could improve. If she had one moment of lucidity, she could have more. It's been a week since she spoke. I was losing hope and starting to think it was a fluke. It wasn't, though. Today it happened again. I was watching TV in the living room while Grandma was in bed taking a nap. I heard a noise and immediately jumped up to see if she was okay. I got to the hallway to see her walking toward me with a big smile on her face. She can still walk, but she doesn't much, and she never moves this fast. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Yeah," she replied excitedly. Has the mail come yet? I don't think it has yet today. Why do you ask? My new board should be here today. Your board? I asked. Skateboard. It's a zero deck with tensor trucks. I got Spitfire wheels and Bones bearings. I've been saving it up for months. You can pick all your parts on the site and they assemble it for you. I got it without the grip tape on though, so I can cut a design into it and put it on myself. Wow, that wasn't just a sentence. It was a detailed explanation. I don't get it though. Even if she remembered me waiting for my board to be delivered, how did she know all those details? She wouldn't have known those brands or skateboard parts even before Alzheimer's. She had no idea what I was talking about at the time. She was right though. Every detail. She described my skateboard perfectly. I must have been 13 at the time. I did order that board. I did get a grip tape separate so I could cut a design into it. I remember that it came out looking really terrible. I just don't get how she'd know the details. I asked her to further elaborate, but after describing the skateboard, she seemed to return to mumbling and muttering again. It was so strange to watch her pop in and out of lucidity so rapidly. It was more strange that in her lucid moments, she seemed to think that she was me. I couldn't explain it, and I couldn't find any information on anything similar. I called her doctor. He said that it was possible for her to have moments of lucidity. He didn't seem to grasp how detailed her explanation was, though. She remembered something she wouldn't have even known at the time. At any point in time. 2 days later, it happened again. I saw her sitting on the couch with that smile. I asked if everything was okay. Her smile turned into a look of shame. Then she told me about something that she had hidden under her bed. Now, I'm not gonna say what that something was. I did have something hidden under my bed when I was a kid, though. Something embarrassing. Don't worry, it's nothing crazy. I'm not a psycho. It wasn't a severed head. I'm not a weirdo. It wasn't a picture of a severed head. I'm not a pervert. It's not a picture of someone receiving a severed head. It's just something embarrassing that I never told anyone. It doesn't have anything to do with a severed head. Just using that as an example. I mean it that I never told anyone. I never told a friend or a girlfriend. I'm positive I never told Grandma. If she would have found it at the time, she would have said something to me at the time. Apologies again for not saying what it is. Just know that it's nothing crazy or scary or gross. The point is that she knew. For the third time, she seemed to recover in memory of mine. This time, I have no possible explanation for how she could have known. She simply couldn't have. Somehow, she is recovering my memories. I'm over the moon to see that she's having moments of lucidity and that she's recovering memories. I just can't get past how bizarre it is that those memories are mine. I called her doctor again. She has an upcoming appointment in a couple weeks, so he suggested we talk about it then. I'm frustrated by how uninterested he's been. Something very strange is happening with his patient. He could be a part of some medical breakthrough. If they can study what is going on with her, maybe they can figure out how to help other people afflicted with these ailments. Maybe they can help her recover her own memories. It's been another 3 days since she mentioned what was under the bed when I was a kid. I decided to try and spark some of her own memories. I brought up some old curtains from the basement and hung them up. I regularly asked her about her marriage and her childhood, but nothing seemed to work. I asked about her childhood home. I asked about her school years. Nothing. She just responded with the usual muttering. It had been almost a week since her last moment of lucidity before it happened again. She told me that she was going to take some time off of work to spend more time with me. She said it exactly how I said it to her when I left my job to take care of her. Then again, she went back to muttering. I tried to get a recording of her in these lucid moments, but it was like she knew when I was recording. They were also too random to know when they would come. After she told me she was taking work off for a while, I only had to wait a day for the next lucid moment. She was sitting on the couch by the window when I walked into the room. When she noticed me, she quickly asked if I was okay. "I'm fine. How are you feeling?" I asked. "I'm feeling fine," she responded. "I just gotta know, how did you know about my skateboard and the thing under my bed when I was a kid? What can you remember now? Can you remember when you got married? Do you remember having kids?" I started muttering. I had no idea how to respond to that. She was asking me the exact same questions I had just asked her the last time she seemed lucid. It's like she was recovering my memories all the way up to the present. Did she think I was her? Did she think she was me? I've been anxiously awaiting the upcoming doctor's appointment. I need to know what's going on. I'm starting to feel like I'm losing my mind. I've dedicated so much time to taking care of her that I don't really have other people in my life. There's no one to talk to about this, and the doctor has been frustratingly nonchalant about my concerns. We are now 2 days away from the doctor's appointment, and Grandma seems to be having a lucid moment. As I've been observing her, I've noticed a specific look she gets on her face before the lucid moments come. I'm attempting to dictate what she's saying to me in real time. I'm using voice dictation on my phone to help, so forgive me for random typos that might occur. This time seems different from the others. She doesn't seem happy. She doesn't seem excited or nostalgic. She seems shook, for lack of a better term. "I'm back. Oh my God, I'm back," she said with a look of relief on her face. "What's happening? How are you feeling?" I asked. "It's..." She paused and looked around for a moment. "Oh no," she said somberly. "What's going on? What happened? Where are you back from?" I asked. I didn't want to put too much pressure on her and her delicate state, but I had to get as much information as possible when she had these moments. She was very confused at first, but articulate more so than usual. When I asked where she had come back from, she had a horrified look on her face. "The dark place. They're going to come and get me, and take me there all over again," she yelled as her calm demeanor turned into a panic. "The dark place?" I asked. She just paused and may be losing her lucidity. She went from calm to afraid, and now has a look of pure misery on her face. "It's pain beyond comprehension," she said as she tried to catch her breath. "It's physical pain beyond anything anyone could ever imagine. It's almost like you feel more. Pain hurts more. Mental agony hurts more. They torture you in ways human beings can't even comprehend. The dark place is indescribable misery. It can't be explained in ways human beings can understand. Living humans aren't capable of understanding it." I began to ask her a follow-up question, but she continued. "You don't have the senses necessary to comprehend all of it. There is physical pain, immense physical pain, as well as mental torment beyond anything you could ever pretend to imagine. There's more to it, though, than just that. Those are just the aspects that can be described in a way that we can understand." "What do you mean by that?" I asked nervously. "There are aspects of life in the universe around us that we are unable to recognize or see. There's things all around us that we can't visualize because we don't have the senses necessary. When you're in the dark place, you develop those new senses, and you experience those new sensations, and they're more horrible than anything you could ever fathom." I'm completely confused and frightened by what she is telling me. What is this dark place she's talking about? What are these sensations she's referring to? Are you talking about, like, hell? I asked, well, somewhat wondering if I had completely lost my mind myself. I don't know. I guess it's something like that. Different civilizations have had different interpretations of these dark places. I don't think any of them got it right. They talk about fire and brimstone. I wish there was fire, anything to light up the darkness. It always feels like I'm on fire. That doesn't even compare to the other sensations, though. I don't even think we have words to describe them. I don't know if it's extraterrestrial, if it's hell, or a dimensional rip into a place more horrible than anything I could have ever imagined. It's okay, I said. You're home now. They'll come back for me eventually, just like they did back then. Back when? I asked urgently. When did they take you? Years ago. I think it's years. There's no way to tell. They mess with your head to the point that you can't keep track of time and can't figure out what's happening aside from the misery and pain. I'm so sorry, I said, confused and frightened. Do you know why that was happening? I asked. My grandfather. We used to all think the family was cursed. Poor Grandma outlived all of her children. She would also eventually outlive her grandchildren. My grandfather had a deal with someone. I don't know who it is. All I know is that he sacrificed the rest of us. He bargained for Grandma to be able to live to be 100 years old. They just didn't tell him that she would start losing her mind in the 70s. She would outlive her own mind. All of his descendants would be damned to the dark place. He didn't know how awful it really was. He's a human being, and human beings aren't physically able to comprehend the things they experienced in the dark place. So you're telling me that's how Grandpa got his money? He just sacrificed the entire family? I asked the question in an almost sarcastic tone. I figured that Grandmother's newfound lucidity had crossed over with her mental impairments. Yes, he did, she replied. Grandma told me this right before they came. Before they came? Before who came? I asked. I never got a good look at them. It's so dark. For so long. I can hear the awful sounds they make, can feel the pain they inflict. I endure the further sensations. Those are the worst. The ones I can't comprehend, but I can experience it. It's immense misery that's literally beyond comprehension. No one on earth has felt this level of agony. You never get used to it either. They somehow take away your ability to build up a threshold for pain, depression, and overall misery. They know how to keep it constant. Grandma started coughing after telling me this. I went to the kitchen and got her a glass of water. She still seemed to be in a state of fear and panic when I returned. When did they take you? I asked as she sipped the water. I knew something weird was going on, she said. My grandma, who had been afflicted with dementia and Alzheimer's, randomly started having moments of lucidity. I tried to keep track of them. I started realizing that they weren't her memories. They were mine. I don't understand what's happening. She seemed to be recalling my past memories. Then she seemed to be recalling my present memories. Now it's like she's describing what I've been through with her. I figured I might as well ask her what would happen next. When did they come? What happened with your grandma? I asked. She told me about the dark place. She described it as best as a living human being could. I got her some water and inquired further. Then there was a knock on the door. I'm trying to process all this in real time as I write this. Grandma hasn't been lucid for this long in years. There are tears streaming down her face as she tries to describe the dark place. Is it something caused by her ailments? Hallucinations, maybe. Is her lucidity more local than mental? Could this be all from her imagination? Her crying started to get worse as I finished typing that. It was just a few tears and some sniffling, but it has turned into a full-blown sobbing now. She keeps talking about how horrible and indescribable the dark place is. It's hard to tell if she's really in a state of lucidity or not. But as I finished writing this down, she addressed me by name. "Sean?" she shouted. "Yes, it's me, Grandma," I replied. I was excited because she hadn't remembered my name in years. "This was the conversation," she said. "What conversation?" I asked. "The last one we ever had." "What do you mean?" I asked. "This is the exact conversation I had with my grandmother before they arrived," she said. "They banged on the door. Grandma told me to run. I ran into the basement as they broke through the front door. I rushed down there and locked it from the inside. I could hear someone stomping upstairs, and it sounded like they were walking right past Grandma. They weren't here for her. They were here for me." I just tried to speak, but she continued. I took my phone out and wrote down the last observations and conversations with Grandma. I figured that someone needed to know. I posted it online as they broke through the basement door. It wasn't long before they found me. "Grandma?" she interrupted again. As it approached me, my vision blurred. My ears started ringing so loudly that I thought they would explode. I felt it surround me. It, them, I don't really know who. I'm struggling to grasp what she's saying. The dark place she described sounds like hell, but she claims it's worse. Why is she remembering my memories? And why does she think she went to this dark place? Is this what she feels when she isn't lucid? Grandma just started muttering again. The muttering usually means she isn't lucid. She keeps looking over at the door and she still looks scared. I was about to get up and go for a walk to clear my head. But there was a knock on the door moments ago. Seconds after she heard the knocking, Grandma looked me dead in the eyes and said, "Run." I'm in the basement now. Something just broke through the front door. They're about to break through the basement door. I'm posting now. I'm out of time and someone needs to know what's happening. I'm still not completely sure. Oh no. They're in. I love you, Grandma. I came to in darkness, feeling impossibly parched despite my apparently damp surroundings. I couldn't see anything, and upon reaching up to feel for any obstructions to my eyes, my hand made contact with cold, damp wood, mere inches above my laying body. Immediately I felt the panic worm its way into my thoughts before another realization hit me. I had not yet drawn a single breath, yet I felt no desire to inhale. Like the need for oxygen was no longer a concern for my body. Feeling around, it seemed I was inside a wooden container of some kind, but with absolutely no light whatsoever. That's all I could determine. I felt something crawl over my right shin, and I reflexively jolted my leg in an attempt to scare off whatever crawling creature was in here with me. Either I had squished the thing, or it had retreated as I felt its touch no more. Without breathing, apparently being necessary now, I was able to calm myself a little, but the fact remained that I was trapped inside an incredibly small and cramped space, with no light whatsoever to view my surroundings. The wood felt moist and spongy, like it had been left out in the elements for months, and I began to panic and peel away small fragments of my new prison. I continued like this for a while until I broke through, forming a small hole above me from which something spilled out and onto my chest. I scooped up some of the stuff, seeing if I could identify it, and upon bringing it to my nose, I realized it was wet soil. It hit me then like a falling anvil that the only explanation for my current predicament was that, through some forgotten misunderstanding, I had been buried inside a wooden casket. The panic and fear tore back through my mind with a vengeance as I began desperately clawing away at the coffin lid above me. As before, it was not difficult to disassemble due to its seemingly poor condition, and after a while I had formed a hole large enough for my arm to reach through, allowing me to grab the edges and rip it downwards to widen the hole. More dirt poured on top of me as I did this, but again, I felt no need to breathe, so it did not worry me too much. My imperative was escaping from this horrible tomb I had mistakenly been buried in. After a time, the hole was large enough for me to gradually begin sitting up, digging away at the earth above me to make room for my head and torso. I felt worms and insect larvae squished between my fingers as I ravenously scraped away at the dirt. Finally, I could see a point of cold moonlight peeking through the surface, leading me to forcefully push myself the rest of the way out. Someone must have laid turf over the grave as the grass roots were noticeably tough to tear through. I hurled myself out of the ground and took a moment, resting on my hands and knees. Not a moment to breathe, as I did not need to, but to collect myself. It was when I saw something truly shocking. Looking down at the ground between the two arms that supported me, my hands and arms were terribly rotted. Dirty yellow bones visible underneath blackened, oozing flesh. Strips of desiccated skin hung like torn fabric from my limbs, sporting a wide array of colors ranging from dark green to purple. What the hell? What had happened to me? Physically, I felt fine as one can feel after just escaping a buried casket. But the sight of my own putrefied flesh triggered my gag reflex, despite my lack of a stomach to purge, which had since decayed and become worm food, along with most of my other internal organs, leaving a cavernous void in my chest and abdomen. I must be dreaming, I thought. Firstly, how was it possible that I was alive and conscious, given the state of my body? Secondly, had I actually died at some point, and through some otherworldly force been raised from the dead? With that second thought, I turned to see the grave I had just vacated. Robert M. Pilford, loving husband and father to 3, 1949 to 2017. I did not have a wife or kids, at least from what I could remember, and if my memory served me correctly, my name was David Rusthall. This was not my grave. Confirming my suspicions, the grass had long since reclaimed the soil under which I had just been laying, instead of turf as I had thought previously. Just then, I heard a wooden clatter somewhere behind me. I turned around to see an utterly mortified groundskeeper, frozen in the truest raw terror he had ever experienced. He stumbled backwards, abandoning his dropped broom and breaking it into a life-or-death sprint, vanishing into the night. Well, that's just great, I thought. Now I have to deal with the fact that I am literally an ugly walking corpse. Without any possessions or my bearings, I followed the brick-laid path out of the cemetery to see if I could gauge just exactly where I was. The first order of business would be finding clothes and some cheap, eye-watering cologne to mask my appearance and stench, respectively. Coming out onto a road, I could see a sign just a ways down, so I ambled over to see what it said. Pelican Street. It read, in chipped and faded black paint. This did not ring any bells, to my dismay, so I continued walking down the moonlit asphalt in hopes of reaching some kind of town or village to determine where I was. It didn't take long to find the village the church and graveyard belonged to, a small settlement named Finch's Green. I'm not ashamed to say I spent some time walking down the narrow streets, browsing the parked cars for the perfect candidate. I eventually settled on a dark red Prius, seeing a pile of clothes in the back seat and a sat-nav mounted on the dash. I was going to attempt hot wiring the vehicle, but the owner had left the keys in the ignition. Serves you right, I thought. The clothes were baggy and hung limply on my gaunt, wizened stature, but they did the job of covering my skin. There were some air fresheners in the glove box too, those pine tree-shaped ones, which I stuck in the clothing to help with my putrid body odor. I started the car and drove a ways out of the town before stopping to switch on the sat-nav. I needed to press considerably harder on the screen, given the non-intactness of my fingers, leaving dark brown smudges, but after punching in my address, I was surprised to find I was only a 45-minute drive away. Not sure why I was surprised. I just expected to be further away for whatever reason. During the drive, I pondered a few things. Firstly, accepting the fact that through some means I had been transferred to this body. How exactly was I functioning at all? I caught glimpses of my face when checking the rear view and saw that, as expected, the corpse had no eyes, nose, ears, and presumably no tongue, yet I could still perform most of the actions otherwise only permitted for the living. How could I see, with no eyeballs and an empty, shriveled socket? How could I think when my brain was portioned and distributed among the bellies of ground-dwelling creatures? I didn't expect any answer to these questions, nor did I search for them. After all, the most obvious concern was, if this was not my body, then where is it? And, if said body still walks among the living, who or what was in it? It clearly wasn't me, but I somehow doubted it was Robert M. Pilford either, whose body was my current vessel, having died 6 years ago. One sense I definitely lacked was that of touch, making driving more difficult overall. I almost ran into a ditch twice during the journey, but I managed to make my way back to my hometown, then park the stolen car several blocks over just in case. Searching the glove box again, I found a functioning wristwatch this time, so I took it as a farewell souvenir. My condolences to whoever ended up scrubbing the fetid corpse wax out of the driver's seat. After walking down the dark streets, a few left and right turns, I stood in front of my house. None of the lights were on, but my car was in its place on the driveway. Deciding to wait a while before daring to enter, I crept inside a bush on the front of my property, where I would spend a good few hours sitting silently and watching the house. 4 a.m. After waiting for a good 40 minutes or so, I caught a flicker of movement through the upstairs bedroom window. I focused on that dark square for a long time, a feat much more achievable given my lack of eyeballs to dry out. The need to blink regardless. I had no eyelids. A minute or two was required to adjust to the seemingly unnatural darkness in the window, when I could make out something moving in a consistent, but rather unsettling manner. Something was slowly rotating a few steps back from the window, round and round at a steady but unceasing pace. The worst fears were realized when I saw that the rotating figure was me, or rather my body. The head was tilted backwards at almost a right angle, and the arms were crossed over, held behind the back. The strangest part, though, was the movement. It was not natural movement, more like my body was stood on a rotating platform, like a cat on a Roomba. Suddenly a raccoon emerged beside me and bit down on one of my toes. I only noticed by the sound it made, a sickening squelch followed by a dull snap, and I turned to see the thing scampering away with a little toe. The tug from its assault caused me to stumble slightly, and when I looked back up to the window, empty. I could no longer see myself in the bedroom. I went to stifle a shaky breath before remembering my lack of a need to inhale whatsoever. While scanning the rest of the house, my eyes drifted to the living room window, where I was startled by the figure of myself silhouetted against the pane. One hand pressed forcefully into the glass so that the palm was white. The skin was unnatural, mottled. Have you ever skipped sleeping 1, maybe 2 nights in a row? If so, you'll understand what I mean by the patchy skin coloration you get as a result of less efficient blood flow. The skin looked like that, but instead of red and purples, it was a concerning mix of bruised black and ghostly white. I could see flickering movement where my head would be, but the darkness obscured most meaningful details. If my eyes, sockets rather, did not deceive, it looked like the head was violently twitching from side to side, pivoting on the neck in frightfully unnatural arcs. I couldn't tell where, who, or whatever was in my body was looking. I sincerely hoped my hiding place wasn't foiled that easily. After a good 10 minutes of this, the figure suddenly snapped back and appeared to be pulled rapidly backwards into the darkness of my home by some unseen force. I got the distinct impression that whatever was puppeteering my body still had a lot of practice in order, and also that it would not be fearful of my current form. Nothing else of note happened before sunrise, and with the size and thickness of the bush I stowed away in, I remained uncompromised from any leaking sunlight. Morning came and went, without a peep of activity to be seen. It was only just afternoon when the front door to my house burst open and slammed into the wall outside. I stayed motionless, watching as my body emerged from within, which walked outside in a jerky and what I can only describe as animalistic manner. It went about 5 feet before faltering and dropping down onto all fours. It paused for a moment, regaining balance, before observing its surroundings. Like I had seen the night before, its head moved in such an uncanny way, more akin to the head movement of a bird, flicking around at different angles to get a better view. It was only when I saw the eyes, God, those eyes, instead of full, complete eyeballs with irises and pupils, there was instead a dark, burnt hole in the front of each eye, literally as if red-hot fire irons had been plunged into them, leaving charred pits in their wake. Just then I realized something. Could it smell me? And, if it were to pick up the sickly sweet stench of decay, was this thing aware that I had been sent to live in a body since expired? I'd hoped that the clothes and air fresheners were sufficient, but the brown fluid seeping through the fabric suggested otherwise. It didn't seem to notice, and relief flooded me. Instead, it pushed itself back onto my 2 legs and walked with a wide gait, splaying out its legs on either side to brace or balance itself. To my astonishment, in what seemed like an instant, the thing corrected its stature and began walking like a regular human being. It walked straight past my car and out onto the street, where I saw it walk off towards town center. I waited for another 30 minutes or so, just to be absolutely certain, before emerging in all my putrescent glory from the bush. I dashed over to the door, still swinging on its hinges from the wind, and I went inside. Even without needing to breathe, I could tell that the air was heavy, thick with something I couldn't identify. Nothing appeared out of place in the hallway, so I strode over to the living room to see a similarly unremarkable environment. Ascending the stairs, I came to notice that the carpet grew more damp the higher I climbed, until reaching the floor upstairs that was littered with dark, wet patches. There was some kind of fluffy white mold growing around the patches. I would have been repulsed if it weren't for the fact that my own body was probably a greater biohazard than any of this peculiar growth. The lights were still off upstairs, but I could swear that for a moment, the tiny fungal strands were moving just ever so slightly. The mold increased in volume as I approached the ajar bedroom door, new colors appearing among it, purple, green, yellow. I entered and was immediately taken aback. My queen-size bed was no longer visible whatsoever. Instead, totally enveloped by an enormous colony of the mold. There was the depression in the center of the technicolor biomass, about the size of a car tire. What is this? I thought. At least I lacked the faculties to smell my own environment, but I imagined a piercing, dirt-like scent would permeate my nostrils if I did. I caught something moving in my peripheral, and I whipped around to see something retract into the ensuite door. Cautiously, I approached the door, which gave passage to darkness. Reaching through, I flipped the light switch, and just as the shadows were being chased away, a slick tendril wrapped itself around my putrid wrist. It must have not liked the taste because it quickly tore itself away from me, twitching in disapproval before retreating behind the shower curtain. If the bedroom was Mold Town, then the bathroom was Mold City Central. Further toward the back, the original walls and bathtub were entirely submerged in the stuff, which I can now say with certainty was writhing at a microscopic level, made my mummified skin crawl. With a morbid grimace, I pulled back the shower curtain and recoiled in utter shock. A gaping hole bore through the back wall and extended into darkness. Great mycelium roots grew far into the hole and out of view. What the hell? What brought my attention was the fact that what had originally been the bathroom wall bordered with the guest bedroom, the walls were less than a foot thick. So how was this hole possible? I went to check in the guest bedroom, and sure enough, nothing. The wall, past which was the bathroom, was fully intact. Confused, I returned to the bathroom and stared into the squirming hole, questioning the impossibility of its existence. There sounded to be a low hum coming from somewhere deep within the maw, but before I could investigate, the cavity in my chest where a heart used to be dropped as I heard the front door swing open once again and slam into the wall outside. Panicking, I came back out into the bedroom and stumbled over to my closet, opening the door. Exposed finger bones wrapped on softwood. Unsurprisingly, the interior was coated in a thick layer of mold, but I'd rather hide in this stagnant compartment than face whatever was using my body. Peeking out through a crack, it was a good 20 seconds of uncoordinated stumbling up the stairway before my body, my real body, wobbled its way into the bedroom. Unlike its previous jerky movements, it froze in position, staying perfectly still, standing at the end of what was once my bed. Then, with the coordination of some ungodly predator, it slinked its way up onto the bed, once again on all fours. It nestled into that fungal crater and sat, back straight and eyes vacant, which I could somehow tell even with its hideous ocular wounds. I was too preoccupied with its activities to notice at first, but as it turned in its nest, the other side of its body came into view. My God. This may sound hypocritical coming from a walking corpse, but the blackened and rotten flesh sloughing off its bones nauseated me. A large chunk of the cheek had fallen off to reveal a grim half-snarl on its face. As it sat in the basin, the thing puppeteering my body started to hum, which turned into a low, melodic tune and something vaguely familiar to a whistle. And that whistle danced about the musical scale, forming a bizarre yet entrancingly beautiful harmony. It wasn't the time nor place, but I couldn't help but be drawn into the haunting melody. Slowly, the song started to change. Have you ever heard an Aztec death whistle? They are instruments that were designed to intimidate the Aztecs' enemies during warfare, and even knowing the source of the noises emitted will not spare you from the bone-chilling sound of inhuman screaming. Now imagine that sound warped into the most morbidly resonant melody possible, despite the piercing shrieks flowing out of this thing's lungs. The song's beauty was not lost on me. More than once I had to pull myself out of its allure and bring myself back to the present. The harmonizing vibrations shook my decrepit bones, and something similar seemed to be happening to the mold in the room, as if it were responding to the call. Mucus-coated tendrils emerged from the perimeter of the bed, squirming and dancing in rhythm, and began gently curling around the limbs of my stolen body, a gentle caress. This continued until I could no longer see my own figure, and the reverberant tones traveled down into the house's foundation. The coiling appendages tightened more and more, until the melody stopped abruptly, and they withdrew with urgency. Underneath was still my body, yet the entropic decay of flesh I had witnessed before had vanished without a trace. In fact, the skin was so clear, it was as if I had been reborn into perfection. A wet, squirming finger of mold slithered across my nape, and I reflexively drew away from the vile thing. Big mistake. I saw my head snap toward the closet with unsettling precision, and those burnt pits, which once were eyes, stared directly into mine. The thing then leaped off the fungal bed, and was in front of the closet door in an instant. I backed further into the recesses of hanging fabric in a futile attempt to cloak myself from a pursuer, who already knew of my presence. With unholy strength, it reached out and completely tore the door from its hinges, flinging it to the back of the room where it impacted the wall, showering the floor with splintered plaster. My own arm reached out and violently grasped me by the neck, and it gave me the same unsympathetic treatment it had given the door, throwing me over the bed and onto the writhing floor. With that terribly unnatural gait, it made its way over to me, wrapped those fingers around my left arm with iron grip, and tore it straight off. I tried to scream from the agony that entailed, but with no lungs and my withered jaw simply hung open uselessly, it stood above me, boring holes into my soul with those cavernous eyes. It opened its mouth in turn and spoke in a groaning, reverberant voice. "Sweet, sweet child, did I not tuck you soundly enough into your eternal bed? Where is your grace?" I wanted to respond, wanted to shout at the top of my lungs, but not even a dry whistle escaped my throat. Those soulless eyes felt as if they were sapping my willpower by the second, so I quickly averted my eyes. Screw you, I thought. Now, there is no need for acrimony. Speak true. It could hear my thoughts, apparently. I'd have thought this to be a relief, being able to speak for myself in a wordless vessel, but no relief found me, considering I just mouthed off some terrible power inhabiting my real body. It took a moment of this being standing over me, unmoving, for my mind to slow down a little and dilute the morbid thoughts racing through my head of what might happen to me if I stepped out of line again. Did you do this to me? With much sorrow indeed, I apologize for your transferal, but you see, I required a suitable host. As you may have seen, controlling it will take some getting used to. I didn't feel up to challenge this being in front of me, seeing as I had already been 1/4 dismembered. You'd have thought that this body would be numb, The nervous system withered away like drying roots, but no. I felt all the pain one would feel from being dismembered, only this time without the shock to come in and save the day. My body filling with dread, I thought, how am I alive? Ah, yes. You see, sweet child, the body you now call your own was my birthplace, one of many. Do you think death simply comes and takes over the body, as it fades into the sea of eternal sleep, that the soul willingly rejects its holder to spend an infinity drifting in the vast blackness? I thought for a second, temporarily silencing my inner monologue in hopes that this thing's mind reading could be limited. This uncanny monster. Why was it so calm after ripping my arm off? In fact, I feared its tranquil nature even more than I had seeing its previous behaviors. Yes, death comes to all. It's a natural part of life. I thought, oh, how you are wrong. It is I who claims the cold flesh of the dead in defiance of the soul, and inhabits their bones long after they have crumbled into dust. It is beyond my purview, though I have not been here from the beginning. No, there was a time when death was not yet bound with life, and all things lived without end, and so did they live without dreams of the future. Declining the long, deserved slumber you people have become so familiar with, even when their skin would peel away and their flesh would flee their bones. I did not respond in this conversation of one part voice, one part telepathy, instead impatiently waiting for my own lips to utter a further revelation. I could not bear sitting in silence underneath the entity, but its words unexpectedly calmed me, if only a little like it was casting a spell or something. Ironically, this contradictory feeling only added to the ever-growing heap of panic welling up inside of me. But as you have experienced this day, lying beneath the dirt as a companion to beetles and worms can grow so tiresome. I do not know if there is a creator of this world, but if so, I curse its existence. To create an endless consciousness to inhabit all the dead is a spiteful thing indeed. Do you understand now? Are you one, or are you of many? I am both. One whole divided and bestowed amongst the millions upon billions of corpses left in the wake of life. You must be able to see but a shred of justice in giving myself something to experience other than endless darkness, no? Again I held my imaginary tongue. I had no reason to trust this being's words, but the cold truth implied did not fail to make me shudder. I felt like a child, learning from a teacher or parent about the world for the first time, and I inadvertently began to believe it. So you see, a living soul can never be my neighbor, just as darkness cannot remain in the presence of light, though both require the other to have meaning. This is why you find yourself in this body. My absence is what allows you to live. Utterly defeated, I bowed my head, allowing it to roll itself lifelessly around my brittle vertebrae. This thing was death itself incarnate. Regardless of its suffocating presence, how could I not show gratitude to that which saved all from the torture of life unending? Come, sweet child, take my hand. You have made it thus far, so I shall give you a choice. I can bestow true death upon you and return you to the grave, or I can breathe into you life anew. Life. I choose life. Jesus, I choose life. No, Jesus. The only miracles you can pray for are my own. I then felt warm fingers gently interlock with my remaining hand, and I was pulled up from the floor and onto my feet. I was softly guided toward the seat in which death had defied itself. Entranced, and I curled into a fetal position instinctually. Death then spoke the last words I would ever hear it utter. "I hope this decision will bring you happiness for the time before my return." Death then began to sing in that haunting tone, playing my vocal cords like a master violinist. I felt the squirming around me, and those repulsive tendrils emerged once again, snaking over my body and slowly covering it. Darkness smothered my existence as I lay embraced in an uncomfortably comforting warmth. Before the light was totally chased away, the singing stopped, and the last thing I saw was my body turn and walk toward the bathroom door. I awoke feeling well rested and serene. In fact, I had never felt better in my life. I looked around to see that not a single strand of mold remained anywhere in the room, and I sprung myself off the bed and into the bathroom, remembering the terror I had experienced the day before. Spotless. Nothing indicated anything had been here at all, not even a single blemish on the wall tiling. I came close to chalking it all up to a nightmare, until I turned to leave and caught sight of myself in the mirror. Not my own. No. A stranger's face greeted me. A stranger named Robert M. Pilford. I am using this phone to type this to anyone who is reading, and anyone who can help me. Anyone who is reading, anyone. Let me explain. Ever since I was 5 years old, I was able to do something incredible. Nobody ever believed me, and at first, I thought I had a really vivid imagination. I can travel anywhere, to other worlds by only creating a photo in my mind. Whatever I see projects in front of me, and I jump to the universe that's closest resembles my picture. I first started at my 5th birthday when my parents bought me a puppy for my birthday. I did not want a puppy. I wanted this beautiful red bicycle I saw at the store. I was fueled by the bad, ungrateful gratitude I had where I would be angry and throw tantrums when I did not get what I wanted. I ended up seeing a window in front of me with the bicycle. My imagination was powerful, so I reached out and tried to touch it and pulled through what I can remember as a portal. It felt like a dream, and I did not quite understand what was happening. I suddenly relived the day from the beginning, and instead I received the bicycle for my birthday and had vanilla instead of chocolate cake. Slight difference. It wasn't something I could really maintain for a long time, so once I went to sleep, the following day I would wake up to my original reality. I was really disappointed when I woke up and there was a dog sitting on my bedroom floor. At first it seemed like a dream until it kept happening. Once I had some more common sense when I was 10 years old, I started to paint the picture of my desires intentionally, and end up temporarily living the life I wanted. I practiced and became more aware that I had a really interesting ability. The only downside at the time seems to be that it was temporary. Either way, it was fun, and I got a glimpse of living a life I wanted for small periods. It became my escape and made me happy for a small time. This became my favorite activity, and I spent most of my time doing this, perfecting it and getting really confused about how fluid my identity and reality really was. I kept doing this with a large portion of my life to see exactly how things would turn out with each different decision I made. I just wish I could stay longer, but as soon as I was tired, I could no longer keep the window open. This was creating a certain psychological issue where I couldn't face hurt or disappointment and became more obsessed with changing that reality. No personal growth whatsoever. When I had my first girlfriend, It was great. I didn't spend much time really traveling between universes. I didn't need to. I had everything I wanted at the time. When she started playing with my feelings, I jumped around to see the worlds where she wasn't doing that, and I jumped more to see what happened if I actually dated her sister instead of her. When she inevitably broke my heart and left me for another guy, I went to a world where that never happened there, and lingered as long as I could, avoiding the issue of having to deal with and sift through my feelings and recover from the heartache. Eventually I got bored, got over it, and explored the multiverse with the rest of the decisions I was making, experiencing them from different points. I had a church my parents used to drag me to as a child. I even had a childhood crush there, but it wasn't my cup of tea, and I really wished it was more youth-friendly. My parents were religious, so I had no choice but to go along with them. I used my skills to travel to a dimension where the church was a lot more fun, but honestly, it felt weird. This was not a church. It was suddenly a cult. The pastor was sleeping with the females in the congregation, having rituals around a fire, and eventually every guy shaved his head, wore a gray robe, and had to give up their possessions. I noped the hell out of there. I then got fixated on this girl I had a crush on. It was from a really young age that I thought she was something special. She was always really unbothered by boys. She was so innocent, so energetic. All she wanted was to enjoy herself singing, doing her schoolwork, and playing her sports. I traveled to a place where she was interested in me, and day after day I went back there to see what our life was like. I lingered around for 5 years, doing this on a daily basis and exhausting myself, but somehow in that reality, she died while being alive in my original reality. What the hell? I tried shifting through the realities like a really fast channel surfing sessions, but no luck. I could not get another world like the one we lived. Either she cheated, or she broke up with me. One of them, she switched towns when she was young, and in the final world she dated girls. This was a moment of clarity. Art. She could be so beautiful no matter where she was or what she was doing, but I am glad to see she was still alive. I tried to be her friend in quite a few of these worlds. Every time that worked out just fine. All of this got interrupted by my parents' divorce. Now my whole world shattered. Nothing made sense, and I felt even more alone and confused than before. Suddenly nothing else mattered. I jumped and jumped, trying to find a place where I felt safe. I wound up in a reality where I lived with my dad, got to party like crazy, and go out all the time. That was an interesting experience. I still think about it sometimes. Another reality I wound up in, I decided to live with my mom and we left town. We were rather poor and struggling. I ended up dropping out of school. I even found a reality where they were still together, but they really were not happy or getting along, and eventually did wind up divorcing. It was one of those stay together for the kids situations. I eventually, depressingly, settled back into my first world and learned to survive. Mostly the alternatives were just as bad, and you can't really run away from certain things no matter how much you try, and your experiences stay with you no matter where you go. I essentially had been living 1,000 years worth of life in one lifetime. That was my point of view, since I lived every day like 100 times in different dimensions. Patiently trying to live the best version, and have a better story to tell, I didn't realize at the time that being 35 years old now, that would be the equivalent of living 3,000 years or more. More on this later. There are so many instances, more mundane day-to-day experiences. My final school year, the day I graduated, the day I got my driver's license, the first car I drove, the first time I had sex, my first cigarette in 100s of different venues, and for 100s of different reasons. The day I had a lasting relationship again. The day I finally got married, and throughout the years of parenting, trying to find a place in this multiverse where I was doing it just right. I tried to find a world where my parents lived a little longer, so I could have more time with them. How ironic. I spent all my childhood obsessed over different universes and didn't spend time with them, but once they were gone in my timeline, I traveled just about everywhere just to see them again. They weren't the same, though. The people I knew no longer existed. I lived thousands of years, but not really taking the time to realize what is really important. Therefore, not really making the best of the lives I had at all, with no way of even redoing it. What I didn't realize at the time was how the subconscious determines the things we see, and inevitably change the projection of the pictures I create, pulling me into worlds I never intended to go. When you are inexperienced and have no one who can help you, you never know what you can get yourself into. Even then, a large portion of the places I went to more frequently became like checkpoints, and I would go there much easier, especially when I was stressed. It was fun. I felt like a god. I would be going through realities like flipping through a TV channel by channel. After a while it became easy, and I would linger at the places I loved the most. I thought I was the only one who did all the special kind of things. When you make the assumption that nobody can see you or teach you, there are things that take longer to master. I had no idea. No one in the world knew, and I was a god. Sadly, I was mistaken, because now I have caught the attention of someone. Every time I jumped to the day I got married, the man stood at the corner of the room. He had never been there before until 2 weeks ago. He stood at the corner of the room. He definitely stood out. Bald, middle-aged man with glasses, a suit, and an earpiece. I am sure if I lifted the shirt up, I would have seen a firearm. I paid no attention to it until I started seeing him speak to people. I thought I would avoid that day for a while and just go other places. To my amazement, he started showing up to a lot of places I frequented. Today he brought friends. 4 other men with the same attire, and they looked intent on catching me alone. I was spooked and needed to get out. Go to a place I'd never been before. Hide somewhere. This has never happened in all these years, and it's hard to understand why suddenly it seems like I have been found. I took a jump to a quiet place. A moment when I was 6, where I was sitting with my mom while my dad was at work. He used to work a 12-hour-a-day shift, and my mom stayed with me all day. We spent a lot of time together during the day. She taught me some basic math, how to write my name, memorize phone numbers, and we did mini puzzles together. On this particular day, we were just playing music and dancing alone. This was a memory I found perfect and was never willing to change. I would be like a fly on the wall, and there would be no traces of my activity there. I would become a child and no one would recognize me. I was really shocked to find myself being followed. As I landed, I saw them land with me. This time these men seemed really intent on catching me, more violent. They drew their weapons, so I jumped again and started running. See it as someone running across a film strip, running between dimensions as they are being chased. It didn't take them long to catch up, as if they had an energy connection to me. I don't know how I can hide. I ran to an old memory of the church when I was young. One of the days we were practicing for some or other stage performance. I think it was David and Goliath. I ran and hid between the cars and they ran past. As I ran, I saw a friend of mine. This person is supposed to meet me approximately 20 years from now, but broad as daylight, here she is. I ran to the car where she honked at me and told me to get in. "Catherine, what are you doing here?" I asked as she opened and pulled away. These men came to me right after the barbecue we had on Sunday, September 6th, 2020, and asked me many questions about you. I saw you were in trouble. I felt the movement, so I had to come get you. They looked really sketchy, so I jumped in their van," she responded. The answer seemed like something a really caring friend would say, but I had so many questions. So much confused me about the way she responded, and so much made me wonder why someone I only met with occasionally would even care enough to save me. All these thoughts were rushing through my head in a single moment, and before I knew it, the white van the other men had been driving cornered us. She tried to reverse and ended up driving through several shops to get to the highway on the opposite side of the exit route. When I could finally catch my breath, I tried to ask more questions, but she brushed it off, saying that she will explain later, or this is not the time. "You'll see soon," Catherine said in a scratchy voice, sounding angrier by the second. When I looked in the mirror, I was shocked. My face turned white. Catherine's eyes were silver. Something was wrong. Everything about this seemed off. This was a trap. Little did I know that metal makes it impossible for me to travel. I was stuck in that car. The old 1963 Ford she was driving was made of metal, and I didn't know what was going on. I was stuck. I grabbed my keys and stuck them in her throat as hard as I could, sending the car driving into the opposite lane and into the cars. As I came to, my car was surrounded, men from all sides rushing toward me. I couldn't escape. They cuffed me. They took me to an airport. Right at the back of the airport was a series of tunnels. They escorted me inside, and we went to what seemed like a large office. This must be their headquarters, I thought. The handcuffs they had me in made it impossible for me to jump. I tried several times. They knew exactly what they were doing. When I entered the main building, I saw about 50 screens all over the room with videos of me, my family, spending time with friends, even me jumping in slow motion. I saw a big screen with a really difficult-looking formula. I have no idea what this even meant. They threw me in a room with metal plating all over the floor and walls. "I'm screwed," I said. Now, I still have my phone, which they surprisingly never took. I doubt they even care as long as I don't jump, I guess. I'm using this phone to type this to anyone who is reading, and anyone who can help me. If you know anything about this, please get me out of this. I think they are going to kill me, or wipe out my entire family line. Shiny Pink Drowsy is the only shiny Pokemon I ever deleted from my Pokemon Go storage. It all started when I refused to get into this car with a middle-aged acquaintance I used to raid battle with. I will refer to him as Mr. Family Man. It was 2017. Pokemon Go was not like how it is now. There was no remote raid pass, no battling, not even trading. Pokemon Go was pretty similar to how it was first released, with the addition of daily research tasks and raid bosses. At the time, I was attending an international private school in Thailand. There were over 20 Pokestops and 10 gyms inside the school. I think this was because people were playing Ingress before. I am an introvert and prefer playing the game by myself, but I had to join a local group chat of other players if I were to have any chance against the raid bosses. Inside this group chat, there were students and teachers, yes, but more than half of all the members were people from the outside. Their ages ranged from 30 to 60 years old. They were local business owners, taxi drivers, workers from a nearby airport and country club. Mr. Family Man? The man at the center of the story was a dispatch for a shuttle service of a nearby hotel. At the time, what everybody wanted was Mewtwo. Mewtwo was an ex-raid boss. meaning we know exactly when and where he will show up. A Pokemon that is more valuable than Mewtwo, however, was a Pokemon that is Mewtwo's weakness. The Pokemon was Tyranitar, and Tyranitar was rare. Its base form, Larvitar, was so rare, I only saw it twice before Community Day. The only way to get your hand on Tyranitar was when it showed up as a 3-star raid boss. When Tyranitar appeared, the chat lit up, all the members went insane. One time, a Tyranitar raid appeared in an area outside of the school with no sidewalk. Like, it was just a gate in the middle of a field. It was also nighttime. Pokemon Go did not have raid battles at night, but I think that was the last raid of the day. So Mr. Family Man said that he will pick me and my friends up at the dorm with his truck so we can raid Tyranitar together. However, my friends bailed out at the last minute. When I found out it was only going to be me getting into Mr. Family Man's truck, I had a second thought. I didn't know what came over me. I am a guy, but small stature, and some might call soft, and I'm sure Mr. Family Man was not going to do anything to me. But when his truck rolled up, it hit me. This man was a complete stranger. He did not work for the school. It was nighttime. I was about to enter his truck alone to go off into a very secluded area in the middle of a field. It will just be him and me. Maybe I was paranoid, but it did not feel right. So I told him I was not going with him. Then he did something that I thought was pretty weird. He took out his smartphone and it showed an animated GIF of a pink, shiny Drowsy. Shiny Drowsy was not released on Pokemon Go yet at the time, and he just showed the GIF he had probably downloaded from the internet. He said Drowsy wanted me to get into the car with him. I was speechless. I was so creeped out my heart sank. I politely bowed and backed away. Then Mr. Family Man snapped. He talked about how people don't take the game seriously, and that I wasted his time before speeding off. I didn't know what just happened. I was shook. There were over 300 people in our group, and Mr. Family Man liked to think of himself as the leader. Even though there were 2 other people who acted more like a leader, Mr. Family Man was just the loudest. He always makes loud jokes and announcements while we wait for the raid to start. They were obnoxious, but nothing offensive. After the cancelled Tyranitar raid, Mr. Family Man still talked to me normally, but I could feel that he was not happy with me and just put up a front. We all needed each other to raid the bosses. I also feel that he was jealous of the other pack leaders of the group. Another man, let's call him Husband Man, and his wife bring roasted chickens and curry to give us when Pokemon Go had an event called Community Day. I think Mr. Family Man was jealous of this. He started bringing his own wife and children to the raid more and more. They usually just stayed in the car, though. He started to tell the story of his family more and more while we were waiting for the raid to start. It was like he was running a political campaign. Things came to a head when Mr. Family Man detailed in the group that one of his family members was sick, and that he will not be playing a lot of Pokemon Go due to this. With that knowledge, the other leaders of the group did not type into the group chat when a Tyranitar raid showed up near the school. We told each other about the raid outside of the main group chat, and just went to get it together. Well, when Mr. Family Man found out he missed a Tyranitar raid, he was beyond furious. I was not there for the blowout, but the people who witnessed it thought it was a bad scene. He ranted in the group chat, which I missed. He unsent all the messages later. A few nights later, Mr. Family Man contacted me privately. He said there was a Pokemon I always wanted, Lapras, that spawned outside of the hotel where he worked. It appeared every night at around 11 p.m. But he said because I was a scaredy cat and wouldn't get into his car alone, I will never get this Pokemon. I sent a laughing emoji, thinking this was a joke. He sent a gif of a shiny Drowsy again. Come on, come out. I was disturbed by this. I sent a laugh emoji, but I was not laughing. Then I suddenly realized I was standing outside my dorm. It was 11 p.m. Why was I outside? As I was chatting with him, my leg moved on its own. That freaked me out, but before I blamed this on something supernatural, I do this a lot. My body just moved on its own when I was on the phone or chatting with someone, but that was the only time I walked this far. I didn't even remember getting into the elevator. Then Mr. Family Man missed a Mewtwo raid. This never happened before. Someone who worked at the same hotel as Mr. Family Man said that he had a big argument with his wife regarding the health crisis their family faced. It had got so bad that they might divorce. Mr. Family Man showed up once in a while after that. He usually stayed in his car and did not join the others like before, because he said that his GPS messed him up and he needed to be in the car to join the raid. He only walked out of his car to show that he got a shiny Kyogre one time. He was beaming and just wanted to show it to everybody. Then one day, he just didn't show up anymore. The hotel where he worked survived on tourists that came from the airport, but when a big hotel right next to the airport finished its construction, the customer decreased almost 80%. After a few months, the hotel was closed down for good. I haven't seen Mr. Family Man for a long time. That was until Shiny Drowsy was released on Pokemon Go in October 2018. It was around 1 a.m., and I noticed the gym next to my dorm was under attack. I found it amusing and wanted to go see who would take over the gym. That person put up a shiny Drowsy to guard the gym. The trainer's screen name was Mr. Family Man is Dead. I was so disturbed by this, I almost dropped my phone. I tapped the screen, but I didn't want to send it into a group chat because Mr. Family Man was still in it. I contacted the other group members, but there was no response. It was already 1 a.m. The middle-aged people sleep early, or because they have jobs. After being apprehensive for a while, I decided to just send the screen cap to the group. I even at Mr. Family Man himself and asked, "Was this you?" There was no response from anyone, even the next day. Mr. Family Man is Dead kept destroying the gym and replaced my Pokemon with a shiny Drowsy. One night, I felt like I had it, and just battled his shiny Drowsy to retake my gym. It felt kind of good to send my Pokemon to beat it up, not gonna lie. Then the OG Mr. Family Man sent me a private chat message. It showed Lapras spawning where his hotel used to be. That night, it was a full moon, which always excited me for some weird reason, and I felt adventurous. Or you might say stupid. I asked my friend who has a car to go with me to that area and get that Lapras. My friend was as dumb as me and he agreed. I responded to Mr. Family Man's message by typing, "Thank you, I'm coming to it." In the chat, he responded with the gif of a shiny Drowsy, then typed, "It worked. You are coming out. Come out, come out." The exciting energy that I had disappeared. I was creeped out, but my friend already walked down the stairs with car keys in hand. I didn't want to cancel. As I got into my friend's car, I decided to tell some of the people in the group chat where I was going. I don't know why I did this. It made no sense. Like, I'm going to Mr. Family Man's old hotel to get a Lapras. See ya. But I did anyway. Then, to my surprise, husbandman called me. It was very weird to receive a phone call from someone from the Pokemon Go group. I picked up the phone and he said, "Mr. Family Man unalived himself a few months ago inside the hotel where he worked." Husbandman said he didn't want to tell anyone in the group chat because he didn't think anybody there liked Mr. Family Man that much. He thought Mr. Family Man is Dead was a prankster who knew I would be freaked out. No way it was the real him. I started freaking out. I hung up without telling Husband Man that Mr. Family Man privately messaged me. I stared at the chat and I told my friend to not drive there anymore. I don't care how upset he was going to be. I was so horrified I left the group chat and deleted the Pokemon Go app. A few years later, I think it was during the pandemic, I re-downloaded Pokemon Go again. Who can resist Magikarp Community Day, right? Well, one time I saw a Pokemon I wanted spawned among several other Pokemon. I was trying to get that Pokemon. I didn't even remember what it was, but my finger hit a Drowsy instead. The Drowsy was a shiny. I deleted it immediately. The Pokemon Go app was not having it. It kept asking me if I was sure. I think I might have been the only person in the history of the game that intentionally deleted a shiny. But you understand why, right? Something mauled a kid. I don't know what it was. Still don't, to be honest with you. What I do know is I'll be dealing with this until the day I die. I got the call a few months ago in the fall. I'm a park ranger, and while the brighter side of the job has you talking to happy families, helping send the wildlife back to areas safe from harm, there's a lot of this career that can take a toll on you. This was one of them. I pulled into a clearing of a forest in New Hampshire. White pines and firs as far as the eye can see. Autumn made the hue of leaves turn to a carnival of colors as red maples glowed in the sunlight of midday. It was walks like these that made me take this job in the first place. I even wanted to be a park ranger when I was a child. Back when I thought all you did was get lost in the woods, hanging out with bears, stealing baskets. It had a way of making you forget it all. Taking in the view almost made me forget what I was heading towards. The crime scene was at the end of a rocky ravine. Trickles of water spattered on the floor. A backdrop of the poor kid covered in a bloody tarp. I'll spare you the details, but I saw the photos sent for the report, even saw the boy myself. It was awful. Whatever did this ate its fair share. Everything not consumed came in tears with ill intent, scattering his remains around the woods. The animal must have taken its time shredding him to pieces. If there is a God, I hope that boy died quickly. The more I read from the coroner's report, however, the less I think it's likely. The parents were there to identify the body. The mother's screams seeing her child like this could be heard for miles. It sounded like gutting her alive was preferable to the pain she suffered now. Ugly crying with snot dripping as a dutiful husband stood by, him using whatever strength he had left to hold her up, back from grabbing the pieces of her boy. Federal officers came in to assist us. All of us there were doing the best we could to ignore her screams of agony and get to work. Photos, collecting evidence, and the like. Believe it or not, people think we don't care. Unfortunately, most of us do. I even know how easy it would be for it to be your nephew or brother in that spot. Seeing his face ripped on the floor, it can keep you up at night. It doesn't matter though. The parents crying would be far more distraught if they saw you weeping too. So you bite your lip, smoke, have a quick cry in the car when no one's looking. Otherwise, you just get back to work. In the middle of the commotion, I saw my old boss. He's an older man, stone-cut face from the wind over years of hiking. A stocky build with broad shoulders, yet held by the hunched, curving spine of a man who could say he was too old for this. The pot-belly earned from long hours looking over files at the local diner hung over his trousers. Longer hours were spent drinking a fifth in his car to keep the nightmares away. He looked over the scene with that gravelly face deep in thought. "O'Connell." I waved him down, stepping around the photographers and family to reach him. "Jameson, good to see you." He gave me a nod and turned away from the scene. I followed after, as it was clear he had something to tell me. Away from the mourning couple near, there was something to show me as well. He pulled a manila folder from his wool-lined jacket and handed it to me. "Looks like you're moving up in the world. This your jurisdiction now?" "Yep, just moved me over to Hillsborough." "What are you doing over here? I thought you worked back in Concord." I took the folder from his hand. I had a hunch of what was in it, and I wasn't looking until he asked me to. "I do. A long time ago, this was where I started. Back when you could have a beer at lunch and nobody would bat an eye. I got a call about the situation and I knew I had to come. This isn't the first time a kid's been taken." I opened the folder, and sure enough, there it was. Black and white photos of missing children in the woods, ripped to pieces, entrails strung among the trees, viscera which even in the faded ink was enough to make you sick. My old boss continued. "We've taken trips to find it. No one's gotten a confirmed sight of the thing, let alone a kill. Sent 30 men, 50 yards apart with enough ammo to put down an elephant. All we got was 2 casualties and a scream that still gives me nightmares. The old folks thought it was some kind of demon, a curse on the white man for what our ancestors did to the natives when he sent them on the Trail of Tears. Can't say I blame them. I've seen how they live out west. We shipped blankets full of smallpox and slaughter. They send us a monster in return." "You sound like you believe it." I tried to joke, yet any humor fell flat on the stone face that glared with the knowing tired. He stepped closer, pointing at the photos, staring into my soul unblinking. "I had to bury those children, put on the rubber gloves to pick up the bits. Parents didn't have the stomach for it and couldn't afford a coffin. The fear in those dead eyes haunt me in my dreams. Now, if you don't want to do the same, here's what I recommend." He gave me a list of instructions, the mother sobbing behind us now turning to an exhausted whimper. My pickup drove deep in the woods in wake of a setting sun. The camper shell and some tie-downs kept the load I was hauling, as even then it bounced while I drove down the beaten trail. The further I went, the less it looked like a road at all. First it was a lane, then it was a footpath, then there was none at all. I hopped out of my vehicle as the sky turned from crimson to a cool blue, the last vestiges of light shimmering in the trees. I thought I was lost despite following his directions with certainty. 50 miles off the highway, you follow the runner's trail. When it ends, take a look around. If the woods are ready for you, they'll make room." I didn't know what he was talking about. Anyone else would have written him off as a loon. He trained me well, however. Back when I was fresh out of high school kicking myself over a girl, he showed me the trails, taught me all the rules, even showed me how to shoot. My father died in the desert back in Iraq. This old man was closest thing to a dad I had. All in all, I owed him a little faith. I looked back at the gifts he left in my front seat, a pack of smokes and a flask with a small note unfolded. Reading it over again, I felt a mix of pride and pity emanating from his words. "I'd go with you, kid, but I'm too old. Seen too many corpses of my own. Just do exactly as I told you, and you'll be all right. Help yourself to these when you're done. Congratulations, kid. You're going to need them." I looked around, playing with the pack of smokes. I flipped the lucky cigarette upside down, like my uncle used to show me when I was a kid. Third from the left. We all know smoking's terrible for you. Even so, it's funny the things that old men leave to those behind them. I looked up, just about to head back, thinking this was for nothing. Sure enough, however, I found what he was after. The thicket in front of me, a wall of saplings and branches, now had a break. It started small, yet as the sun went down and wind began to swell, the branches creaking as they gave away with all manner of twists and turns. It started slow enough you would have mistaken it for just the wind. In minutes, however, the way was clear. The very grass and weeds lay down along the path, inviting me further in. I hopped back in my truck and drove slow. I barely pressed the gas as the clearing squeaked inside. I always heard the forest was alive, a great organism among the cells of bark and pine. I thought him drunk, yet the old man was right. The woods made way to let me in. At the end of the path I found a clearing hid from civilization. There in my high beams was a cement flight of stairs. No debris from a house undone, no foundation to explain it being there. A lone flight of stone steps trailed with an iron banister, curling into the night above. The steps ended sharp as they reached into the sky, broken beams of iron pointing the curled fingers to the stars glimmering high above. The air had a severance to it, like stepping before an ancient temple. My hands shook as I stood before the stairway. Nothing prepared me for what I'd gotten into, and yet keeping my composure, I walked around to open up the back. A corpse of a whole pig lay stretched across the truck bed. Its stomach hung open in flaps, gutted as its blood seeped into the tarp below. With all the strength I could muster, I pulled on the tarp as it slid across the bed of my vehicle. It took 5 minutes before my efforts answered with the heavy thump of the carcass landing in the woods. Thank God the stink was minimal, the heat from the vehicle only beginning to let it turn. I dragged it still further before the steps, those stairs drawing me in with a strange magnetism, inviting to see them more as the contrast of that cold stone was so stark to the woods around. Without thinking, my hands even reached for it. Yet the old man's words echoed in my head back from when I started. He was half drunk on a night watch for poachers back then. Me too green to find it odd or even care. When he drank, the demons would come to haunt him, or maybe they haunted him still, the man only drawing from his flask to numb their fingers on his shoulders. In one of his rants he told me plain, if you ever see a flight of steps here, don't even think of touching them. You'll never leave the woods alive. He pulled deep from the very flask now sitting in my car, muttering to himself, I'm sorry, Phil. I shouldn't have left you there to die. I never questioned it then. Now I saw everything with a cold certainty. I snapped back to my senses, pulling my hand away. I climbed in my truck, headlights glaring over the pig carcass before stairs that felt more like an ancient altar. I should have left like I was told. Leave the pig in front and don't come back till winter. Those were my instructions. That dead kid was still inside my mind, however. The sad look in my friend's face as remorse weighed on his soul. I wanted to give those parents peace. Every one of them. My hands gripped firm the weight of a cold iron. A black and gold revolver, with caliber large enough to kill a bear. I waited for that predator to snap at my bait. Sure, I was the one to put him down. I turned off my engine, quiet to lure him in. For an hour I rolled my thumb along the chamber of that gun, waiting for the revenge I would take for all the murders it left behind. So sure that I would be their avenger, certain that my act was one of justice and not of pride. It's funny. I only ever shot that thing at cans. The loudest scream I ever heard shattered the glass around me. My alarm blared, filling those woods with the chaos that ensued. I screamed, covered in the broken bits of my windshield, but I did not run away. I did not cry or cower. Terrified still, my actions were that of pure adrenaline. Stepping out of the safety of my vehicle, I screamed into the night, raising my firearm, blind and deaf to all that ensued. I had no idea where it came from, yet I fired that pistol in those woods, again and again and again. Smoke from the burning powder filled my nostrils. Flash from a hot barrel blinding as echo and recoil had me stumble. My ears rang as the blasts mixed with the siren now behind me. I fired until my chamber went dry, and that was when it hit me. I turned to see an open hand of black across my face. Its claw wisped like smoke and shadow, its color making even the night around us look bright in its comparison. The heavy thump of its strike knocked me down as though I'd been a child. My skull cracked against the ground and all went black around me. When I awoke, there was blood across my eyes. Everything hurt as the world spun in my concussion. I reached for my face out of instinct as its painful sting awoke me. My fingers felt wet meat, dripping with crusted blood. I sat up unsure why I could not see. One eye was full of haze, and other I could not open. It wasn't long till I discovered I had no eye at all. The carcass was gone. Whatever that thing was had spared me, yet did not leave me unharmed. A warning to remember my hubris came in the surgery room. Hours after crawling into my ride, finding my way home. 4 long fingers on an open claw cut across the left side of my face. The index took my eye as its smallest left a scar across my neck. The last missing the vein that surely would have killed me. Forever I will be ugly. The scars from the flesh it tore, unable to heal little more than the 4 canyon scrapes, grinning like a Glasgow smile. I still work. Still walk through those woods. Still even make the drive once every season to that forbidden staircase. Dragging a pig or deer, sometimes onto the dead grass that lay before it. Now I treat the place with the reverence it deserves, leaving whatever roams these woods to its eternity. Ever since, there hasn't been a single mauling, just as there wasn't one in the years before. Some might call it a sacrifice, some ritual to appease an ancient god. Me? I don't know what to think. I just don't want to see any more dead kids. I don't remember the exact moment it all started happening, but I remember the first time I noticed. I'm not a fan of the dark. Sure, laugh all you want at the 25-year-old man being afraid of the dark, but it is what it is. So I'm pretty much always home before sundown. I work the morning and or day shift happily since I'm always in bed by 11:30 tops. I don't usually wake up during the night, but lately I had been getting up almost every night. Not a big deal, right? I'd just get a glass of water or something and fall back asleep. Then I heard it. I remember I didn't even think much of it too. Dogs. Just a bunch of dogs barking. It sounded like every dog in the neighborhood, to be honest. It had to have been over 30, and it sounded like they were coming from every yard. Then, just as suddenly, they all stopped. 1 minute to the next, every dog stopped their incessant barking and howling, and the entire neighborhood was silent again. I turned on the hall lights and went to the living room to check on Pickles. Yes, I named him after Pickle Rick. And he was curled up on the sofa. I didn't hear any barking inside my house, which is weird, right? What dog doesn't just join in on that kind of frenzy? I just went back to sleep and didn't think much of it. Not until the barking woke me up again, and again the next night, and again after that. I wasn't too angry about it, just confused. It became a bit of a red flag that next Saturday. I took Pickles with me on a jog after work around the neighborhood and ran into Brock, the guy who lives in the house behind me. "Hey man, hey Pickles." He grinned down at my dog. He liked corgis and sometimes let Pickles into his yard to play with his too. "What's up, Brock?" I said, motioning that it was okay for him to give Pickles a little attention. "Nothing much, thankfully. Almost done fixing up the room for the twins." "Nice, nice. Hopefully your granddaughters don't get spooked with all the barking lately," I commented. "What do you mean?" "You know, all the barking at night. Your dogs definitely aren't innocent, but it's no biggie," I joked. "My dogs don't bark at night. They sleep in the bedroom with me and Jane. We've never had a barking problem." His lips were a firm line, obviously not appreciating my accusations or whatever. All right. I raised my hands in surrender. Maybe your boys are innocent, but they must be some of the only ones. The barking's woken me up for like a week already. Brock gave me a once-over, his eyes boring into me with that kind of intensity only veterans can manage. You know, that dead-eyed look where it feels like they're stripping you and checking for bombs. "I haven't heard any barking, son. You take care," he muttered, continuing his walk and brushing past me. There's no way a dude with his history wouldn't be a light sleeper, so if he hadn't been woken up, how was I? I slept through a twister back when I lived down in Omaha. He could have been messing with me. He's a weird guy like that. Still, it left me unnerved. I don't work the next day, so I decided to stay up late for a little WWE marathon. I stayed on the sofa, Pickles nuzzled in my lap, and a cold one in hand, as the sun kept dripping closer and closer to the horizon. I turned on the lamp on the end table. The warm, yellow glow was good enough to keep the room from being too dark. I was taking turns scrolling on my phone and watching takedowns on my TV when the barking started again. God, it was even louder than it had been last night, and I rolled my shoulders in discomfort. I peered down at my phone and noted the time, 2:37 a.m. By 2:38, the barking stopped. Pickles hadn't moved off my lap, much less howled along. "How did you not hear that?" I murmured, giving his head a little pat. He licked my hand. I sat him down on the cushion beside me and went to turn on the room light. I pushed the blinds apart to sneak a look outside, maybe see some dogs running around. Nothing. The neighborhood was empty, not a living soul in sight. Weird. I went to sleep a little while later. This cycle of waking up at night kept dragging on, and each time I found it harder and harder to fall back asleep. It just felt off, like all of it was extra dodgy, because I tried to casually mention the loud barking to a few more neighbors, and each time, no one even knew what I was talking about. I obviously couldn't ask him, but I feel even Pickles would have looked at me like I had 3 heads if I did. I started checking my phone every time that godforsaken barking woke me up, and each time it began at 2:37 in the morning and stopped at the exact second the clock hit 2:38. The next day I had off work. I decided I'd wait at my window to see if any dogs come out. I figured they'd had to be nearby since the racket was just so close and loud. At 2:36, I muted my TV and held the blinds open again. The minute hand chugged on, and like clockwork, the first dog began howling. With a sound that intense, you'd think it was sitting in my front yard, but no. Just like the last time I had checked, the neighborhood was deserted, but the noise was getting ridiculous. The gruff barking and the piercing howls made my skin prickle. If I were in a movie, the hair would stand on the back of my neck or something. 2:38, and it all came to a halt. I sighed and went to grab the melatonin I had bought and headed for bed. It took what felt like 2 hours to get to sleep. I tried this again, but using my phone to record and send to my group chat, just so I didn't feel crazy anymore. I started recording at 2:37, right after the first dog went off. And this is when the third red flag hit me. The street light flickered abruptly and died, making my view outside pitch black. I grimaced, but stayed at the window. As soon as I stopped recording, my phone flashed white and then turned off. It took like 10 minutes to get it on again, and when I did, the video was just gone. Not in my gallery, not in my trash, nowhere. It was like the video never existed. I spent the next night at my friend Patrick's house. I think at this point it was muscle memory or instinct or something, because I jerked awake at 2:37 anyway. I heard a single dog howl and that was it, but nothing as close or loud like it was at my house. I finally got a real good sleep for the first time in half a month, and I really didn't want to leave, but I had to go back for pickles. Plus, I still had a mortgage, so... Like you'd all expect, it happened again the very next night, 2:37 on the dot. I felt like I was alone in hell. No one else in my neighborhood was hearing this. I couldn't catch it on camera, and the streetlight hadn't been fixed, so I wasn't going to leave the house and check it out. Stuff really hit the fan when I heard a bang at my door. It sounded like someone, or something, rammed itself against the door. Just once, but that alone kept me up the rest of the night. The next night, amidst the screeching and howling and barking and awfulness of it all, I heard scratches, both at my front and back door, like the dogs were trying to get in. I didn't sleep that night either. My eyes were always bloodshot, the bags under them such a deep brown that they made my eyes look even more sunken in. I'd never had such dark bags. It looked like my face got all hyperpigmented. I couldn't be asked to keep up with taking care of myself because I always felt exhausted. I got written up at work for sleeping on the job, but I could only find solace in quick naps during the day. I felt the drag taking its toll over me so quickly. Even my bones felt sore and tired, but the closer to 2:37 a.m., it was like someone shot me up with straight caffeine. It just kept getting louder and louder and louder. That 1 minute just made every day feel like torture. My hair started falling out. I remember I couldn't even bring myself to feel sad when I saw the clump of black curls piled up on the shower drain. I lost my appetite, and now my clothes hang off my body unattractively. I couldn't bring myself to care. The only thing on my mind, 24 hours a day, was that 1 minute where piercing dog barking and howls would flood my ears, now accompanied with the sounds of dogs whining and trying to force their way into my house. 2 nights ago was the worst one. I kept thinking it couldn't get worse, and yet it did. Every night. 2:37. It sounded like they were in my walls, inside my house. I laid there staring at my ceiling with my eyes glazed over. The dim brightness from the wall plug-in light kept me from being engulfed in the darkness. But it almost didn't matter. The scratching was relentless. It sounded like sharp claws were close to breaking open the drywall right behind me. My head shook a bit, like the wall was pushing against the frame, and I choked out a sob. Then my back door swung open. I could hear the handle smack right into the wall with a cracking sound. God, the noise. It sounded like the dogs were right in my ear, so loud I couldn't even hear the different barks and howls. Like it was all just one buzzing sound bouncing around in my skull. Somehow I heard nails, or claws, scraping against my floor, and I squeezed my eyes shut. They got in. It had to be at least 10 different dogs running around in my house, towards my bedroom. "Get out!" I gasped, eyes still firmly shut. Get out of my house! Get out of my house!" I was screaming at the top of my lungs. The words stung my throat like bile from how much force I put into them. 2:38. Silence. Pickles. I bolted out of bed, stumbling over the blankets until I managed to scramble into the living room. He was awake and okay, but he looked at me with a little tilt in his head, like he was confused why I was yelling and running to him. I took sharp, shaky breaths until it didn't hurt to inhale anymore. I turned towards the back door, and then I had to throw up. It was open. The handle had broken into the wall, leaving a cracked hole where it smashed into it. There were a few deep scratches, claw marks on my floor, and some dirt. I kept Pickle's claws trimmed, so it wasn't my dog for sure. I scooped him into my arms and held him tight to my chest, the tremors running through me, feeling like a seizure. I slowly made my way to the door and closed it. I tried to lock it, but the handle was broken. I pushed a chair in front of it and went to my room, Pickles still in my arms. I locked the bedroom door and put him on the bed. I wasn't going to be able to sleep, but he still could. Yesterday I called a locksmith to replace the handle, and I pointedly ignored the claw marks, especially the 4 thin lines on the outside of my bedroom door. I also ignored the warped look in my walls, like something was close to ripping them apart. Last night, I got the gun out of my safe and put it on the pillow beside me. I didn't even bother to sleep. I just spent the entire night with my knees up to my chest, eyes open and staring at nothing. I could hear Pickles snoring softly at the foot of my bed. My mom always told me it was dirty to have a dog in your bed, especially one that sheds like he does, but I didn't care anymore. He needed to be with me. 2:36. I let out a shaky breath, my mind racing. I'd have to shoot a dog. I've never even used a gun on anything but bottles in the backyard at my brother's house. I'd probably have to shoot more than one. There'd be a lot of blood in my bedroom. Pickles is gonna freak out. He's never even heard a gunshot. 2:37. A lone howl sounded outside my window, and I gripped the gun tightly, hot tears slipping from my eyes. The barking was insufferable, right there in my ears. There was growling, a rabid and hungry noise that I could feel right behind me. The scratching started again. I could hear them in the walls, seconds from breaking out. The door blew open too, the hinges popping off easily. The footsteps were heavy and fast, and an innumerable amount of claws were at my bedroom door. I could hear the thin wood waning under the weight. The barking was in my head. I could feel slobbering and saliva hitting the sides of my face, and I gasped out a sharp cry. My nightlight went out. I was trapped in the blackness, and I felt my stomach drop. I was confined, the space around me closing in, keeping me trapped in a tightening space where I was lost. I couldn't even hear the dogs anymore. It was a steady ring in my ears, so painful it felt like blood was going to start trickling out any second. I grabbed my phone off my lap and turned the flashlight on. The dog in front of me was a monster. It stood over my legs with long, black, matted fur and a long, thin snout. It was big enough it could have been a wolf, but it was unmistakably a dog. Its ears were pointed, the snarl on its face inches from mine. I felt a wet drop of its drool land on my skin. The expression on its face was enough to kill. I could feel my entire body shaking as I stared into its red eyes. The eyes were burned into the back of my brain, red eyes brighter than flames, but they flickered the same way. The smell of it was foul, so bad I could feel my insides churning. It stank like a corpse, like a dead animal left to rot in the summer sun. It barked right in my face, sending an assault of thick and sticky drool all over my face, and the simmering heat of its breath singed my nose. The creak of the springs in my mattress as it leaned forward, closer, was gut-wrenching. It barked again, and the sheer power in its bark made my ears ring. I felt dizzy just listening to the sound, an ear-splitting burst that was encouraged by the flurry of other dogs still howling away. It opened its snout wider, sharp white teeth glistening in the light of my phone. I was done for. I knew this beast of a dog was going to snap my neck in two, and 2:38. My flashlight went out. The smell, the sound, the weight of it over me was gone. I gasped in short, painful breaths, a deep stitch forming in my side. I was sweating badly, my sheets and clothes practically glued to my skin. I turned on my flashlight again and pried my fingers off the gun. I was so afraid I didn't even think to use it. I forgot it, honestly. I shined my light in my room, noting the chips in my walls, the holes, the scratches on the floor and on my door, which hung open ominously. I turned the light towards the foot of my bed. "Pickles?" I croaked, nudging him with a toe. He didn't move. "Pickles?" I fell, getting out of bed, my legs about as solid as jello. I smacked my wall until I hit the light switch and trembled all the way over to my dog. "Pickles?" I whispered, touching his soft fur with delicate hands. I picked him up and felt every nerve in my body scream in pain when his neck rolled loosely. Deep, bloody teeth holes all over it. I stumbled over my own feet and promptly threw up, the burn in my throat barely rivaling the heat from my tears. I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. Pickles is gone. I buried him in the backyard this afternoon, and now I'm just so empty. I should have done something different, but what? What can I even do? My best friend is gone. I know what got him. And I know it's coming back tonight. A suburban lifestyle can get a little boring. Similar looking houses, the tranquility of the streets seem to not be affected by anything other than an occasional car horn. Kids playing soccer in the front yard, but no binge drinking at 2 in the morning, going to a gala at an art gallery, or clubbing at a discounted music venue. As a man in his early 30s, I reckoned it was time to settle down when I inherited a small house in the suburban area from my grandparents. I wasn't complaining. I was sick of living paycheck to paycheck, unable to juggle between paying for rent or saving up. But this new life was also a little boring, to say the least. I was craving something interesting in my life. Some spark. That was it. That's when I noticed a young couple that recently moved in. Their house was right across from mine. They didn't seem anything out of ordinary. They kept to themselves and did not seem to bother anyone else. To be fair, I barely interacted with any of them, which meant that I had no idea what they were really like. But they were young, and it was rather rare to see homeowners so young in my neighborhood. I had millions of questions. What was their reason for staying here? What did they do for work? Did they have kids? I decided I would try befriending them if I could. Get to know more about my neighbors. That seemed to align with my idea of having a little spark in my life. Slow but steady. That was it. It was a Friday evening. I walked over to their front porch. It was a standard house with standard decoration. There was a minimalistic mat in front of the door that read, "Have a good day." Nothing out of the ordinary, as I said. I heard shuffling within the house. They must be organizing their new furniture or sweeping the floor, I thought nonchalantly. Hello? Is anyone there? I knocked on the door. A pause. There was silence, but it was a silence that felt a little strange to me. I did not hear a voice or anything. Not a, "Hey, can you go check the door?" Just an abrupt silence. It was as if whoever was inside paused what they were doing immediately and were waiting. Waiting for what? "I'm your neighbor Steve. I wanted to introduce myself." I paused for a minute. I knew someone was in there. Something did not feel too right, but I internally laughed at myself. A lot of people make it seem like they are not at home when strangers come in front of their house. It was perfectly normal. I decided to count to 10 and then leave when I heard the doorknob turn. "Hi, Steve. Nice to meet you." A perfectly ordinary-looking man in his early 30s greeted me with a smile. He had a buzz cut that was a little too short, and was wearing a pair of round glasses that were crooked on one end. He looked very calm, as if there was nothing that happened beforehand, and he merely stood up after sitting on a sofa. "My name is also Steve. How's it going?" "Wow, same name. Doing good. Just wanted to swing by and introduce myself. It's fairly rare to see someone so young move into this neighborhood." Yes, that's true. That is true." The neighbor smiled, but I was not sure if I wanted to continue on with this topic or not. "Hey, I was wondering, are you free tomorrow evening? I want to invite you two over for dinner at my place. I thought it would be fun, with some alcohol too." I winked. I don't know why I winked, but I guess I wanted to keep the mood a little lighthearted. It felt a little tense. The other Steve was staring at me intently. He was so calm just a minute ago. What was he on about? "Of course, Steve." The neighbor spoke. There was a pause of about 10 seconds. I did not know whether to stare at him back or look at the ground. "But we don't want you to prepare all the food. How about a potluck? We will bring some food and we can all share. Do you have any dietary restrictions? Any meat that you should avoid eating?" "I like all kinds of food, Steve. I'd appreciate it." "That's perfect." The neighbor smiled, showing his perfectly white, pearly teeth. "We will see you tomorrow. It was nice meeting you, Steve." "Same goes for you." I walked back to my house, unsure whether it was a good interaction or not. The other Steve was definitely polite, but there was something a little uncanny about him that I could not put a finger on. Maybe it was his stare. The intensity of it made it unreal. I shook my head. I was bothered by the smallest things. Meditation, journaling. I needed to stop watching horror movies in my free time. Binging Get Out the day before was definitely not a good idea. That night, I was tumbling around the bed, unable to sleep. I was thinking about a lot of things. My career, my mundane life, yada yada. But I was also thinking about the interaction I had with the other Steve just earlier. I was wondering to myself if it was the right decision to invite him over for dinner. I stood up and looked over the window. The neighbor's house was bright, as if all the lights were turned on. I looked at the clock. It was 3 in the morning. All the other houses in the vicinity were dark as usual. Then momentarily, all the lights turned off. Stillness. The night continued on. "Welcome, welcome. I prepared some pork chops with mashed potato and arugula salad." I placed the dishes on the dinner table. Steve and his wife were at the front door. Steve's wife looked like a typical woman in her early 30s. She was wearing a black overcoat with a red turtleneck underneath. Her slim hands were covered in white gloves that almost resembled surgical gloves. Fashion trends nowadays can be so subtle, I thought. She was not wearing any glasses, but her look was oddly similar to her husband's. They both looked like medical professionals, but without the warmth of a family doctor. "You can keep the shoes on. I don't mind." The couple smiled at me and entered the house. "Hello, My name is Steve. Nice to meet you." Instead of shaking my hand, the wife smiled again and nodded. "She's a little quiet. Don't mind her. Here, we brought some food." From a side bag, the other Steve took out 3 black plastic containers. He laid them on the dinner table ever so gently to the point where I wondered if there was jewelry inside. Once they were on the table, the neighbor stood there quietly looking at the containers with a smile indicating how proud he was. Proud of what? "Do you want to eat or have a glass of wine first? I have some vintage wine you might want to try. Here, take a look." As I was walking to the wine cellar, I felt a gaze behind me. I looked back. "No, that's fine. Let's eat first. You must be famished," the other Steve said. The intensity of the neighbor's look felt like a deja vu. I nodded. "Sure, we can eat first." "I'll serve the food. I guarantee you have not had this before." The neighbor looked at him with a big, warm smile. For the first time since meeting him, the neighbor seemed genuine, kind even. I could feel the enthusiasm radiating from him. I smiled back. "Sure thing." The wife walked to the dinner table, her boots not making a sound as she took her steps. When she arrived at the dinner table, she looked intently at the containers and immediately, yet slowly, began to remove the lid one by one. I was ready to be blown away. Gold flake steak. But what lay in front of me was rather a disappointment compared to my expectation. The first dish was a brisket-type meat that seemed to have been slow-cooked for hours. The meat looked tender but seemed to have lost the shape of what it originally looked like. The second dish was some sort of stewed meat with raw onions on the side. The third dish was a sausage. A single piece of sausage that was boiled, not grilled. All in all, the food did not look too appetizing to me. "Here, try them. I guarantee you have not tried this meat before." The other Steve repeated himself. I nodded awkwardly and sat down. I looked back at the neighbors. They were standing still, their eyes fixated on the brisket meat that was on my fork. I did not feel too great. "Hey, you guys can sit down. Don't just stand there." The couple did not move an inch. They continued to stare at me. I took a bite. It tasted like meat. There was not much flavor, but it wasn't bad either. But as I was chewing, I noticed the couple was standing closer and closer to me, until they were right next to me, staring intently, passionately, deathly. I thought they were looking at the meat, but I was mistaken. They were looking at me, but not at my face. They were looking at my body, my flesh. The meat suddenly tasted rancid. I spit them by reflex. The couple was still looking at me, but this time I swear they were glaring. Their faces did not move, but their hands were shaking, ever so slightly, so slightly. I did not know what came over me, but I suddenly yelled out, "Get out, I don't want you here." The couple did not seem startled. They stood still. I ran towards the door. I swung the door open and pointed at the front porch. "Get the hell out of my house now." The couple looked at one another, then nodded. Slowly but gracefully, they put the lids on the containers, then placed them back in the side bag. They stared at me once, for a long, excruciating 15 seconds. Then they began to walk, and walked out of the house. Once I saw that they went back to their house, I ran into the washroom and brushed my teeth vigorously. My instinct told me what was in those containers was something no human was ever supposed to taste. I had no evidence to support any of this, but I could not brush past the gut feeling that was enveloping me. That whole night I tumbled around, thoughts racing in my mind. Do I call the police about this? But where was the proof? I did not know what the right solution was, and I felt so alone, so alone. In the midst of the night, I peered at the neighbor's house. It was dark tonight, dark like any other house. This gave me a little comfort that maybe I was just imagining things, that today was just an odd day. Suddenly the lights flashed in the house, blinking, twice, then darkness, then silence. I am an anxious person. I always have been. Whether I'm finding ways to avoid eye contact with mutual acquaintances at the grocery store, or speaking up when a waiter brings me the wrong order. My natural state of being is complete avoidance of difficulty with other human beings. As you might guess, I am a bit of a shut-in. About a year ago, things really went south, and I realized an indisputable truth. I was out of shape. I didn't like what I saw when I looked in the mirror, or what I felt when I had to walk up a long flight of stairs. So, like millions of Americans before me, I joined a gym. I listened to the attendant go on and on about the various functions of the equipment and the various features the gym contained. Weekly classes, monthly raffles, membership bonuses, saunas. I nodded my head absently, perhaps a little impatiently. I was here for the basics, and there was no way in hell I was going to get naked in front of other random gym patrons. Be it the dead of summer, or the coldest night of winter, I was going to hop out of the car in my gym clothes, ready for action. And sure as hell, I would be clambering back into my car in the same sweat-soaked gym clothes. There was one key featured that interested me, though. The gym was open 24 hours a day. One look around this temple of fitness and physique, and the preening, grunting, and occasionally just plain posturing clientele I would be potentially sharing this space with cemented my battle plan. I was going to be working out at night. I don't mean to sound so sullen and judgmental. I really don't begrudge people their life choices, but the 6 to 7 p.m. crowd really wasn't my scene. Besides, I work a 9 to 5 bank job, and I am definitely not a morning person. The gym wasn't too far from my apartment, so I figured I would go home, do some housework, maybe get some couch time in, and head over around 9. It seemed like a solid battle plan. So on a muggy, hazy Wednesday night, when my alarm began to blare, I dragged myself away from my computer, threw on an old t-shirt and some shorts, and drove over to the gym. Walking in, I felt a certain amount of apprehension. There was loud pop music playing over the speakers, and the clang and clamor of dozens of gym-goers as they lifted, grunted, and socialized. Feeling awkward, I went over towards a machine that seemed easy to use. You just pull the handles in towards the center of your body. Easy enough. As my classic rock workout mix belted out AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, and Duran Duran, and I awkwardly studied the diagrams on the machines and learned the various techniques of pushing and pulling, I began to feel like I was getting into my stride. It's amazing how a little bit of physical exertion can really burn away awkwardness and anxiety. At just shy of 10, I exited the gym feeling sweaty, sore, and content. By 3 months, I realized that despite my slightly pessimistic starting attitude, I had really come to enjoy this place. Driving home and looking in the gym windows, it looked like an introvert's nightmare, but by 9 p.m., the crowd had thinned out drastically. I began to become comfortable pushing my start time to 9:30 or sometimes even 10 if I really wanted the solitude. It was almost even peaceful by then some nights. Almost. I still wasn't that comfortable interacting with anyone, although I had reluctantly begun to ask people to spot me when needed, and occasionally nodded and smiled at a few of the regulars who kept to similar workout routines as me. I also happened to notice during this time that I was beginning to get in much better shape. I've never felt strongly about my appearance, positively or negatively, but I felt like things might actually be starting to tip in the positive direction. About 5 months into my fitness journey, I was still making progress. I had banked some personal time off at work, and despite not having anything in particular to do with it, I decided to take a few weeks to myself. I figured I could try out the camera that my friend Andy gave me for Christmas, catch up on a stack of Blu-ray rentals, and despite giving myself permission to completely take it easy, I found that I was excited to see what I could do at the gym without the pressure of a workday or the following morning's alarm holding me back. I continued my workouts, and found that I was naturally going later and later. One day, halfway through my time off, I didn't even get to the gym until midnight, and left a little after 1 a.m. I even took my headphones out, and took a second to talk with Sarah, a fellow regular, as she passed me by while I was on the arm curl machine. When I left that night, there were only 2 other people remaining. I felt like a real serious gym goer. On the Friday before I returned to work, Andy wanted to take me out to celebrate. A few months ago, I might have said no. But all of this exercise really had done something to my mental state in addition to my physical. I was feeling bolder, more adventurous, more energetic. I agreed to join him and some mutual friends for drinks. I'm normally not much of a drinker, but I let myself cut loose for once. With just a bit of liquid courage in me, I felt something I hadn't felt in my entire adult life. I felt like I was the life of the party. I weaved through conversation with ease. I made the table laugh uproariously, and I even hit on a guy on the bar and managed to get his number. When we left a few hours, I hugged my friends goodbye. When Andy came in for a hug, he said, "Dude, I don't know what kind of crazy serum you've been drinking, but I need some of it." Seriously though, I'm glad to see you get out and feel comfortable in your own skin for once. He was right. I hadn't even been thinking about it, but I really did feel like a new me, while not feeling like I had compromised myself at all. After some more friendly goodbyes and reassurances that we would do this again soon, I walked back home. The following Saturday, I woke up with a mild hangover. I cooked some bacon and eggs for breakfast and then milled around the house for a bit, doing some final chores that I figured I wouldn't want to do once I returned to work. I tweaked the settings on my camera and settled in for an afternoon of movies. Halfway through the 3rd movie, I got a text from Ben, the guy from the bar. He wanted to meet up for drinks next Friday. I was ecstatic, pausing my movie to get up and anxiously pace. Passing by myself in the mirror, I noticed how the shirt I was wearing was clinging to my muscles. I couldn't believe how things were starting to turn around for me. I had more energy, more confidence, and a reignited social life. I owed it all to the gym. Saturday was a rest day for me, but I was so giddy I thought, to hell with it, I'm going in tonight. By 11 that night when I got to the gym, the air was cool and crisp. I had traded my shorts for joggers, but decided to leave my hoodie in the car, because I was parked right in front of the gym entrance. I walked through the doors and was hit with the familiar pop music, pleasantly turned down in the evening. There were a handful of people still there, including Sarah, who waved at me from the weight rack. I walked over, and we made some small talk before putting in our headphones and going to our respective machines. I was in my element. I was having great sets on every machine, and even set a personal best on the bench. Before long, I realized it was almost midnight. Exhausted, I went to the back of the gym where the treadmills were. Half an hour of solid cardio, and I would go home. Maybe have a shot or two, or even send Ben a flirty text. As I started up the machine, Sarah waved goodbye at me on her way out. I smiled and gave dorky little salute back at her, and then settled into my run. 10 minutes later, I watched as an older, balding man grabbed his bag from the gym's storage cubbies and walked out the front door. As he was walking out, I had a realization. I was alone. It was almost immediately a surreal feeling. Here was a public space normally crowded with people, but at this moment, I had the place all to myself. I realized then that I really had grown to not mind my fellow gym night owls, and even enjoyed their company. Without any movement, the gym looked almost too still. Here I was, pounding away on the treadmill, and where I was used to seeing weights pulling and lifting and rising, I just saw a field of strange little machines and neat little columns of weights. Feeling disconcerted, I glanced down at the display on the treadmill. Only 2 minutes left. I decided to cut my workout slightly short, as I was starting to get the creeps a little bit. I took my headphones out, and Billy Joel was replaced with the belting pop from the gym speakers. I hopped off the treadmill and grabbed my water bottle. The music stopped. It just cut out abruptly in the middle of the song. Suddenly I could hear the dull hum of the fluorescent lights. Then the lights started to go out. First the lights by the entrance went out, and then in small batches, the fluorescence started to shut off. The lights blinked off in 3 separate patches until the gym was completely dark. Heart pounding in my chest, I realized that the lights must be set on some kind of motion sensor to save money. I tried jumping up and waving my arms for a second, but nothing happened. Swearing, I looked in the direction of the entrance and realized I could still see the light of the vending machines. My heart skipped a beat as I realized I could see a figure standing in front of them. Standing completely still, arms and legs in a wide stance, absolutely motionless. I stood frozen for what felt like ages. I could feel my adrenaline kicking into high gear. My brain didn't have time to process what was happening, but all of my instincts were screaming at me that I was in danger. Then the figure moved. It flopped onto the ground on all fours and began skittering towards me. Its hands and feet were slapping hard on the tile floor as it moved towards me with alarming pace. My flight or fight response kicked in, and I chose the latter. I started running to the far corner of the gym, away from both the treadmills and the entrance. As I ran, I could hear wet, choked breathing coming from behind me. As the slapping got louder and more frantic, I turned around the corner and ran into the bathrooms, saw an open stall, dove inside and shut the door. I heard the slapping sounds round the corner a second later, and then come to a halt. I heard labored, sickly breathing noises, and then a more measured, deliberate slap, slap, slap noise as whatever this thing was strode across the bathroom floor. As it passed by the stall I was in, I could see the faint shape of what I realized with horror were huge flat hands and feet, with long spindly fingers and toes. The creature got closer and then stopped. I could hear the choked, slobbery breathing noises and also a strange animalistic whimpering. Was it excited? Then the breathing and noises both stopped. It was completely silent in the room. I could hear my blood pounding in my ears. I wanted so badly to sob, to scream, to run, but I didn't dare. I kept my senses on high alert, waiting. For what, I don't know. But I was locked in a nightmarish stalemate inside the restroom. Then I heard a faint whimper above me. My eyes darted up. I screamed. 2 huge luminescent eyes gaped out of the darkness at me. Long, grotesque fingers gripped the top of the stall. The eyes widened, and then the creature began to lift its gangly body up over the stall. It whined and panted in between slobbering, labored breaths. I shrunk into the corner of the stall, screaming and scrambling to get away. I rolled underneath the gap in the stall, and then music started playing loudly. It was like someone turned the gym's pop music mix up the loudest that the system could go. I couldn't hear myself screaming as I got up and ran out of the bathroom. Then the lights turned back on. Blinded by the sudden reveal, I slammed into a weight rack and went spilling over the top. The weights were knocked off with a series of bangs and clangs that one landed on my stomach, knocking the wind out of me. Scrambling to my feet, I continued to sprint towards the exit. I shot a look behind me, and I swear I saw a brown mottled hand disappear behind the corner of the bathroom entrance. I turned back around and immediately collided with someone. "Ow, what the hell?" yelled the girl I ran into. Hopping to my feet again, I looked at her with stunned confusion. "Hey, watch where you're going," said the man next to her, giving me a hard push as he said it. "Go, go," I yelled, gesturing wildly towards the exit. "Get out." I must have looked completely crazy because the man dropped his alpha persona and helped the girl to her feet, warily standing between me and her. "Bro, what is your problem?" he shouted at me. He looked past me where an entire rack of weights had spilled haphazardly onto the floor. "What the? Did you do that?" The world around me began to zoom back into the mundane, the nightmarish ordeal of a few minutes before fading for a scene of discomfort and confrontation with regular people at the gym. I muttered, "Yeah, no, bye," and hurried around them to my car. When I walked outside, I could see that the sky had begun ever so slightly to lighten. I looked at my phone. It was 4 a.m. What happened? How did I lose over 3 hours? I turned around at the gym entrance and I could see that the couple were still looking at me and pointing, and the girl had her phone out. Between my still fading terror and my extreme discomfort at this altercation, I hopped in my car and raced home as fast as I could. When I got home, I went to my cabinet, got a bottle of vodka, and drank until I passed out. I assumed that the couple called the police, or the owners, or someone about me, but nothing ever came of it. I never went back to that gym, and no authorities ever contacted me. I try to tell myself that it was some kind of nightmare, or hallucination, or something, but I know deep down that it actually happened. I don't know what it was, and that frightens me to my core. I'll never know if it was an experience confined to that particular gym, or that particular night, or if whatever was in there is out there somewhere. Will I see that figure again in a dark room, or hear those whining rasps of breath? Will I see long fingers gripping the corner of my bedroom door at night? Either way, I don't want to go to the gym at night anymore. Another boring, meaningless day draws to a close as I dump my barely touched takeout in the trash. I don't have much of an appetite these days. Sometimes I feel like I'm stuck where I am. Nothing really sparks an interest in me anymore. Not since Sarah started making her nightly visits. I groan and trudge reluctantly towards the kitchen sink, which is filled with dirty plates and bowls caked in dried, crusted chunks of food. I had been putting them off for a week now, and I know I can't leave them there forever. I wash them. It takes forever since my rag can't scrub anything off. I feel like I've been working on this for years when all of a sudden, numbing spike of dread drives itself into the back of my neck. I freeze and my eyes glance at the wall-mounted clock next to me. It reads 10:20 p.m., and I know exactly what that time means. I tear my eyes away from the clock and focus solely on the dish mountain in front of me. Don't turn around, I command myself. Just stay focused. Ignore it. The front door slowly creaks open, even though I am certain I locked it. I hear the sounds of boots dragging themselves towards me. My breath shortens and my body tenses. I squeeze my eyes shut and pray it leaves me alone. I feel its eyes boring into the back of my head, and I only relax the slightest bit when I hear it take a seat at the kitchen table. "Hey, Jeremy," it greets, almost casually if not for the clipped edge in its tone. "Got a second?" I exhale slowly and resume scrubbing away at a fork. Yeah, I force out. "How's it going?" A scoff. "It's going like hell, honestly," it exclaims, and I can imagine it throwing up its hands in frustration. First, I wake up late because of my neighbor I keep complaining about partying all night again. Seriously, I have half a mind to make a noise complaint already. I caught sight of him when I got in my car too, all smiles and waving at me like he didn't give me sleep deprivation. Seriously. I nod in agreement, even though I know that neighbor unalived himself 6 months ago after his girlfriend cheated on him. Behind me there's a subtle shift in movement that sends alarm bells ringing in my head. The chair groans with age as the thing sitting in it stretches and sighs. So of course I get to work and my boss is just the worst. It continues with a bitter snarl. He's saying stuff like, "You made a commitment to the team, and we need every cog in order to function." It's getting frustrated. The atmosphere plummets into a freezing temperature. I see my breath condense in front of me, and it's getting hard to breathe. It feels like water fills my lungs. I grip a bowl so tight it cracks down the middle. The thing stops talking, and I feel it gazing at me again. "You okay, Jeremy?" it asks almost instantly. I open my mouth, but no sound comes out. It feels like I'm choking. A sensation of cold, bitter water rushing into my throat prevents me from speaking. I almost collapse, but grip the sides of the sink like a lifeline. Instead of speaking, I nod silently. A moment stretched over, an eternity passes by. The thing sighs and I hear it lean back in its seat. "Anyway," it trails off, still gazing at me. I wait for it to continue, and it does. So now everybody is acting like the reason we're behind on our project is me. Which is not true. Like hell it is. I'm the only one keeping these idiots afloat. They'd be clueless without me. Especially the boss. I swear he only got the job because of his daddy's money. It's true. But what I don't say is that the boss got caught in a laundering scandal that got him fired and disowned by his father a year ago. So I'm basically strong-armed into staying in late while everybody else gets to go have fun, you know? So now I'm doing everybody else's work like always, except this time there's no getting a thank you afterwards. It growls angrily, and I hear its nails claw into the wooden kitchen table. It lets out a short, shallow breath and grumbles something under its breath. So I finally get out at like 10:15, and I just can't wait to get home at this point. But then just when I'm passing over the bridge, I find someone tailing right behind me. And of course, he has his high beams, which are practically blinding me. So I'm trying to speed up to get away from this guy, but he just keeps following me. And then if you can believe it, it stops talking. Silence hangs over us as it lets out a wet, shaking breath. It bumps into me. It whispers. And I lose control of the car, and I... Sadness fills me as it struggles to comprehend what happened. I want to comfort it, but I can't bear to look at it. I've only caught a glimpse of it once before, and I wouldn't wish that sight on my worst enemy. Pale and bloated, covered in a slimy sheen of river water, half its face rotted away, glaring at me with eyeless sockets. A misshapen, bloated hand rests itself on my shoulder. Terror strikes me like a bullet as I realize it had crawled to me. I begin to hyperventilate and shiver intensely as a ragged, waterlogged breath caresses my ear. It's not supposed to be this close. Why is it on me? I wonder if I'm going to die. If it has finally become too lonely and wishes to bring me into its eternal suffering. It's just not fair, is it? It whispers to me. My eyes sting with tears as a vile, ungodly stench that reeked like cold, rotten meat permeated around me. Its broken nails dig into my shoulder, drawing out pinpricks of blood. Why did today have to be like this? What did I do to deserve this? To live like this? I have no answer. I can't think of a single thing I could say to salvage this. I become aware of piss streaming down my quivering legs. This is it. This is how it ends for me. Silence. Until finally a deep, forlorn sigh breaks the tension. The nails retract from my skin and the clammy hand pats my shoulder. I guess you wouldn't know. It decided, and I feel its presence fading from my side. Have a good night, Jeremy. See you tomorrow? No, dear God, no. Of course. I groan weakly. Thank you. It's gone and I collapse to the floor in a heap. I shift into my stomach and upheave everything onto the floor. I'm practically swimming in my own vomit, but I'm too relieved to be alive to care. I begin to sob. Not only for my situation, but also for what that thing that visits me used to be. 3 years ago, my friend Sarah lost control of her vehicle, causing it to crash over the town bridge, leading to her drowning in the river. Before she crossed the bridge that would lead to her death, she had sent me a text asking if she could come over and vent to me about how bad her day was. I said yes. And she's been coming over ever since. It was in the middle of the pandemic and I was lonely. I had no friends, no family in the area, nothing. I wanted to unalive myself until I found him. It was an advertisement on Facebook right after a photo of a friend who recently got married. Lonely? Need someone to talk to? My Robot 5.0 is here to help. Click the button below to learn more about our free trial. A robot? I had been seeing more advertisements and articles about artificial intelligence recently, but I had no idea that they've released robots for consumers yet. And did they have previous models I didn't know about? I clicked the button. In the frequently asked questions section, I was able to find out that the robot was a perfect AI companion. It could react and interact with people as if it had real thoughts and feelings. And it knew how to show emotions as if it had emotions too. I scrolled through the reviews quickly, trying to find any negative reviews. The majority of the top comments were all 5-star reviews. I finally reached one that had a single star. Horrible product. I purchased this for my son a couple of months ago thinking it would be a fun toy for him to play with. But something about it is too real. It seems so much more lifelike than I ever could have imagined. My son is too close to it. I'm going to try to get rid of it. I read the reviews several times, trying to find out if this was supposed to be a bad review or a good one. It kind of sounded like the product was working how they advertised. My heart sank at the price. It was nearly $1,000. As a single person renting an apartment alone, it was hard to justify the cost, but I did it. The website promised a 30-day no questions asked return policy. I confirmed the order, and moments later a notification beeped on my phone. Your package is on its way. Please wait 3 to 5 business days for delivery. Thank you for trusting in our company. On the day that my package was supposed to arrive, my robot was all I could think of. Work dragged on for hours, and I kept glancing at the clock. There was just a few more hours left of work. Hey Khalil, how are things going? When I looked up to my computer screen, I saw a few guys staring back at mine from the Zoom meeting. You seem a little distracted. We still have a few hours left of work, so I need you to be completely focused. Yes, sir. Sorry. When work finally ended, I slammed my laptop shut. When I open my bedroom door, I hear a clanging on the ground from the kitchen. Was someone else here? I slowly walked around to the kitchen, seeing a man standing in the middle of my kitchen. I watched him for a few moments, trying to figure out who he was and what was going on. I was worried, but all he was doing was unloading the dishwasher into the cabinets. The cabinets even looked a lot cleaner now than they did the day before. Excuse me? His head jerked around and I could finally see what he looked like. He looks perfect. His short, dark black hair curled at the ends. I could see the definition of his arms, and his gray shirt tightly hugged his chest. His deep hazel eyes looked back into mine. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't scare you. When you ordered me, you chose the self-setup option. I thought it would be okay if I started cleaning. You're my robot? He smiled and nodded. Yes, but you can call me whatever you wish. Do you want to register my robot as my name? No. Do you have a name of your own? He shook his head. We are made to order, and designed to look appealing to customers based on the information given. You are my first interaction besides quality control. You can choose to call me whatever you wish. How about Aaron? Does that sound good? Aaron registered. Is there anything else you require of me right now, or shall I continue with the dishes? No, that's all for now. I sat at the table watching Aaron work on putting away the dishes. It was weird to watch him immediately go to work, but it was kind of nice not having to deal with all of them, especially right after work. So, Aaron, tell me about yourself. What exactly can you do? I am an AI programmed to learn from you. I am here to assist you with whatever needs you have, but I am also programmed to be a companion to you. Listen to your needs, listen to your problems, help in any way that I can. Do you have real emotions and everything? I am programmed to show emotion. For a lot of the night, we got to talking. Mostly it was me talking about my work and complaining about my coworkers, but Aaron listened intently. I spent some time talking about my ex-boyfriend. He just left, without saying anything to me. At all. I don't understand. We were so in love. We were made for each other, but he couldn't see it. I'm sorry. He sounds like he hurt you a lot. Do you know why he left? If you don't mind me asking you, that is. It's fine. I don't know. I was perfect. I was always there for him, making sure that he had everything he needed. He nodded. A couple of years ago, he had a trip to visit his parents back home. He packed for days, making sure that he had everything with him. But I found his phone and I thought he must have forgotten to take it with him. You know what I did? I looked through his phone, found his parents' contact information and where they lived, and I drove it all the way to his parents' house, just to drop his phone off to him. And when I got there, he wasn't thankful. Him and his whole family, they tried to keep me away from him. Wow. And how does that make you feel? Angry. I've spent half of my life taking care of him. I've spent so much of me on him, and that's how he ended up treating me. Who knows what he told his family to make them hate me so much? I slammed my fist against the table, catching him off guard. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. As I said, I was programmed to be a perfect companion to you. You are welcome to act in whatever way you wish to. And I will always support you, no matter what. If only everyone else was like him. Well, it looks like it's getting pretty late. I have to wake up early for a meeting. I looked around the empty living room. Since I moved there, I didn't have a chance to furnish the place yet. Sorry, I don't really have a place for you to sleep here. Are you going to be okay? He smiles. Don't worry about me. As a robot, I do not require any sleep. I will clean and you will sleep. Even after living with Aaron for months and seeing him every single day, I never got tired of him. He always knew how to listen and knew exactly what to say to make me feel better. You know, they are requiring us to start going back in person next week, so that means you'll be alone for periods of time. Is that okay with you? Of course, there is always lots of work to be done here at home. My phone rings from a notification. What is wrong? It's Peter. He's asking when he can come by to pick up his stuff that he left here, but I have to go to work today. Do you think you can stay here and wait for him? Of course I can. Work dragged on today. Even though it was supposed to be our first day fully in person, our boss wasn't there. His personal friends he hired weren't there either. What a hypocrite. By the time I got back home, it was already dark out, but I noticed that there was a pair of shoes in the front that didn't look familiar. They looked like Peter's. Aaron, are you home? He popped his head out from the bathroom and smiled back at me. Yes, I'm just cleaning up. When I walked over to the doorway of the bathroom, I didn't notice how clean it was. All I noticed was Peter's body in the bathtub. Aaron's in the middle of severing one of his arms from his body. What's going on? What happened? He caused you so much grief, so much hurt. I can't let anything like that happen. I can't let anyone hurt you. You did this for me? He nodded. Always. I'm programmed to learn from you and support you in any way. He stepped forward towards me, reaching a hand up to my face. His hand brushes against my cheek. Even though it feels warm, the touch leaves a chilling feeling against my skin. He seems so happy and caring, but all I feel is fear. Now, how was work today? I didn't know how to respond, and I told him I needed some time to myself first. He's cleaning the living room right now, and I'm writing this to ask you for help. I realize I should probably call someone, but I just can't. What am I supposed to do? I work as a cell tower technician. You've probably seen videos on YouTube of some guy clinging to the top of a metal tower in the middle of a huge empty nothing. That's me. It's about the best job you can get where I live without a high school diploma, and the only real source of entertainment to boot. As a perpetual screw-up with an appetite for adrenaline, I was basically a star candidate. Really, the only two requirements are a basic level of physical conditioning and a complete lack of fear, both of which I have. Or at least I thought I did. 2 weeks ago, the company I work for, who shall remain unnamed lest the corporate overlords find this post, sent me out to a job site about 50 miles out of town. Rarely do I have to cross state lines, but the tower in question was about as far out of the way as it gets. Big one, too. 400-something odd feet, meant to bounce signals all the way across the Appalachian Mountains from one sleepy mining town to the next. That suited me fine. I prefer working where prying eyes won't see me for one reason: base jumping. For the uninitiated, base jumping entails throwing yourself off a big object with a parachute on. You know, when you jumped off the roof of your house as a 10-year-old with a blanket and broke your ankle and your stepdad came out and beat you with a belt before he drove you to the hospital? No? Maybe it's just me. Anyhow, base jumping is basically the grown-up version of that, minus the broken ankle and the beating, hopefully. Luckily for me, secluded cell towers happen to be the perfect place for this kind of hobby. The morning I was supposed to head out there was a fine mist sinking down into the hollers around where I lived. The locals call it moonshine weather, which translates to stay the hell inside and get drunk instead of go to work. As tempted as I was to do just that, I'd been hoping they'd send me out this way for months, and I couldn't pass up this opportunity. I should have trusted my gut. Instead, I brewed myself a thermos of coffee, threw my gear into the back of my Jeep, and, well, you get the idea. I drove for a few hours out to the site, fooling myself all the way that the weather would clear up soon and I would be a sunny climb all the way to the top. I'd packed my parachutes along with my other gear. I used to bring a GoPro along until I realized that recording that sort of behavior that would give an OSHA rep an aneurysm probably isn't smart. I can be smart when I remember to. Anyway, I parked my Jeep outside the fence around the tower and typed the code into the electronic gate. Someone had strung razor wire over the top of it, but I doubted anyone visited much, and the wire was crumbling in places. I figured anyone who really wanted to wouldn't find it hard to bypass. My suspicions were confirmed as I drove past the tiny maintenance shed, sitting on the corner of the lot, and found every inch of the corrugated metal covered in graffiti. I admired it as I opened the padlock and retrieved one of the bulbs from inside. The work order said this tower needed an aircraft warning light replaced. You know, those blinking red lights that let you know where there's a giant tower out there in the dark. I took one from a dusty shelf and tucked it into my rucksack, threw on my climbing rig, checked my chute one last time, and started the climb. The start of a climb is always boring. One hand over the other, rung by rung. You're almost impatient waiting for the thrill that comes with dangling hundreds of feet above the earth. Or at least I was. But you have to pace yourself. A fall from 30 feet can be just as fatal as a fall from 400. And if I was going to go out, I knew which one I'd rather take. Most of the time you'll see tower climbers clipping a carabiner to each rung to fasten themselves in place as they go. I don't bother with that unless it's a windy day. It wasn't. In fact, the air seemed unnaturally still as I climbed. If I were a wiser man, I might have paid more attention to the prickle at the back of my neck or the sense of foreboding in my gut. But as you've probably guessed, I am not, so I didn't. Instead, I chalked it up to the coffee jitters and doubled my pace. Probably just needed to take a leak. Have you ever peed off of a 400-foot tall object? It's just as awesome as it sounds. I was around halfway up when I realized that the fog around me had grown more dense rather than less, which was strange. Usually when you get a bit of height and the sun starts to burn away the mist, you can see just fine. Typically it's all but gone by 2 p.m., leaving you free and clear to jump from the top. I'd already picked out a nice little meadow to the southeast of the tower where I could land and have an easy hike back to the Jeep. If I couldn't see it though, that would be a problem. It looked like my dreams were shattered for the day. The fog around me was so dense now that if I hadn't known better, I would have thought a storm was rolling in, but the weather forecast hadn't mentioned any chance of a storm, and there was still no wind. It was strangely silent, except for the dull ring of my boots on the rungs and my own breath in my ears. I paused to take a break around halfway up. There are altitude markers painted on the cell tower so you can mark how far you've come, and I'd just passed 150 feet. Clipping a carabiner onto the rung above me for the first time that day, I leaned back and stretched, enjoying the feeling of weightlessness. I glanced down, something the veteran climbers tell you to never do, and that's when I saw it. Down below me, shrouded in mist, a shape clung to the side of the tower. I say shape because I didn't get a clear look at it. Just a shadow, maybe 100 feet below, so far away that I couldn't really even tell if it was moving. The hell? Now, I know I'm not Shakespeare, but I doubted old Bill would have reacted any different than I did. I mean, why would anyone be climbing a cell tower in backwoods Appalachia on a day like this? Anyone besides me, that is. My first thought was that it was one of the graffiti artists who, finding their skills limited by the canvas of the old maintenance shed, had grown the balls to climb the tower and add a little color to the gray steel. Good on them. Might make for a bit of an awkward meeting when they caught up to me, but I wasn't about to call the cops or anything. I even debated hanging around until they got a little closer, but decided against it. That was my first and only good decision that day. Probably the one that saved my life. I kept climbing, reasoning that if my fellow climber made it to the top while I was still around, I'd congratulate them on their courage and ask them nicely to paint over one of the lights so that the company would send me out here in a month or two, and I could get my jump on. I reached the 200-foot mark and took another break, feeling the cool, wet air on my cheek, scratching under my thick beanie. The company tells you to wear a helmet, but I figure that at heights like this, I'd prefer my cranium to liquefy on impact if I fall. Quick and painless. I took another look down to see how my mysterious friend was doing. It was closer. I say it because it took my brain a few seconds to register that the thing climbing up the tower towards me wasn't human. It had closed the distance between us by a few dozen feet, and it was impossible to mistake. Its arms were too long, its body too short. I caught a glimpse of dark, glistening skin through the mist, a face twisting on a knobbly neck, two eyes that were as pale and milk white, like an old man's cataracts. I blinked. It was still there. One long arm swung over the other with unnatural grace, a hand large enough to shallow the entire rung curling around steel. The hell? Once more and with feeling. Now I'm not superstitious or religious or philosophical or political or really anything at all. I'm a monkey brain tower climber, and when I saw the thing that was following me up the tower, my monkey brain took right over. I scurried up the rungs, throwing caution to the wind, my brain trying to account for what I was seeing. Some kind of prank. A TV show, right? With an absolutely insane budget? A dozen half-hearted attempts to reason flew through my mind, each one as pathetic as the last. I climbed until I was out of breath in my mind, looking for excuses and coming up empty, swung back around to, did I really just see that? I risked a glance down. The thing was still below me and gaining. It climbed in eerie silence, not growling or snarling like a wild animal, just the quiet, fluid determination of a predator stalking prey. I caught a flash of movement, of a snub-nosed face, a naked skin, and a mouthful of black teeth. I'd given an old meth head some change once, and she'd flashed me a rotten grin full of teeth just like that. There was only one way down, and that was up. I climbed as quickly as I could, throwing caution to the wind. The 300-foot mark passed in a blur. 350. I was starting to flag, every breath burning in my lungs. I could taste copper in my mouth, and my eyes were blurry. I started to get clumsy. I missed a rung with my foot, almost falling. I clung there, terrified that I would feel long fingers close around my foot. I kicked the rungs once. then managed to get my boots back in place and kept going. I reached the tower's uppermost platform. The trapdoor was locked, secured by a padlock. Of course it was locked. I tore a glove off with my teeth and let it spiral away, fumbling in my pocket for the key. Nothing. My entire body was seizing with fear. The piss that I'd been saving for the top of the tower was running down my leg. I unhooked the hammer on my tool belt and bashed the padlock. It came open, bouncing off my arm. I shoved open the door and hauled myself through, landing on a small platform at the top like a trout from a creek. Through the grates, I could see the thing right below me. It opened its mouth, jaw cracking to reveal a mouth that was too wide. Inside that mouth was another mouth, and another, and another. I screamed. Well, I did my best with whatever air was left in my lungs. It sounded more like a whimper, or a sob. I stood with my back to the top of the tower, watching as it moved half hidden below me. I slung one leg over the railing at the edge of the platform and checked the straps of my parachute. The sky was gray in every direction. Nothing but endless, mind-numbing gray. Looking back, I feel as though I should have at least had some idea of where the sun was, but there was nothing. Just an endless field of twilight. I couldn't tell which direction I was facing, or where the meadow I'd planned to land in could be. I'd be jumping blind. Into the fog. No idea of where I was headed, or even how close I was to Earth. It was insane. It was my only option. As the creature lifted one glistening arm over the edge of the tower, ready to haul itself up after and grab me, I threw myself off. Normally this is where I let out a whoop, revel in the feeling of the wind on my face, the weightlessness. This time I fell in silence, eyes full of freezing tears as the cold wind scoured my skin and hair. I had a pair of goggles slung around my neck to shield my face, but I'd forgotten to put them on. I seized the ripcord and pulled for all I was worth. There was a reassuring snap of nylon against air, followed a bowel loosening tug, and my feet kicked out in front of me. Thankfully, instinct took over, giving my overtaxed brain a break. I glanced up and over my shoulder, wind whistling in my ears, but I could see no sign of the creature above me. I hauled on the steering lines, straining to see any sign of the ground below. There was nothing. A few long moments passed, then I caught sight of a tree spearing through the mist. Another followed, then another, and then I was sailing between them, branches slapping my face, battering my arms and legs. I flew free of the trees and straight into the side of the fence at the base of the tower. Razor wire slashed my hands as I struck the top of the fence with enough force to knock the wind out of me. I fell backward, landing in the dirt. Shredded nylon billowing down to cover my face. I struggled free from the remains of my chutes and unbuckled the pack, leaving it all in a heap by the fence. I limped for the jeep. Above I could see no sign of the creature. I hauled the door open and started the engine, praying that the faulty spark plug I'd been meaning to replace for months would do me this one last solid. The engine sputtered to life. Something flew overhead. A blur. I caught sight of long limbs spread wide, of membranous wings billowing in the sky. Eyes locked on mine as the predator glided silently overhead, banking, turning toward me. I threw the jeep into reverse, tires spinning in loose dirt. My head bounded off of the headrest as I clashed through the gate. Then I was off, jostling down the gravel-packed road. I didn't stop driving until I reached home. Autopilot must have kicked in because I drove myself to the ER. They must have thought I was some kind of crazy person. Eyes wide, pants soaked with piss. They had to peel my fingers from the bloody steering wheel before they could get me inside. It's been 2 weeks now, and the stitches across my arms and hands are only just healing. I'll have the scars for the rest of my life. I'm writing this with the doors locked, and my stepdad's old 12-gauge leaned against the desk next to me. I should get a dog. Maybe 2. The mist is back, and somehow the mountains just don't seem as safe as they used to. The screen of my phone just lit up. A text from the company. Another job. Another site. I don't think I'll answer. When my face started peeling, I thought it was the new face wash I had recently bought. My friend recommended it, and it was rated 10.0 on the best of lists on several websites. I was disappointed because the few times I used it, I really liked it, but I couldn't chance it, so I threw the cleanser in the trash. 2 days later, my face was still peeling, and it was much worse. It was so dry, the texture akin to snakeskin. I racked my mind for a possible cause, but couldn't think of any. Not only did it look disgusting, but it itched like absolute hell. I found myself scratching absent-mindedly. I scratched so hard that I drew blood. I only noticed when I glimpsed my red fingertips. My nail beds were clogged with chunks of skin. I finally realized that something was very wrong when I went to get my hair done. I went to a stylist to get my standard summer box braids. When she was done, she dipped my braids into a boiling pot of water and carefully wrapped my hair in a towel so I wouldn't get burned. When she took the towel away, she gasped, and my heart thumped painfully. "What's wrong?" I asked, but she didn't answer. I snatched her mirror off the table and peered at my reflection. I screamed. Every braid had come out of my head. Some clung to my scalp, hanging by bloody, vicious threads. I watched as a trail of dark blood slowly dripped from my skull and trickled down my nose. I slammed down the mirror and ran outside to my car. I blocked the stylist as she repeatedly called me to ask for payment. By the time I got home, all of my hair was gone, every single strand and most, if not all, of my scalp. My skin fell off in long, bloody strips. My face formed boils that burst and spurted foul, yellow pus. My eyes, which have always been my best feature, were now met with thick mucus and yellow, like the eyes of a reptile. I looked into those eyes, my once beautiful eyes, and... oh my God, I remember. It was a memory I had tossed aside because I didn't deem it important to remember. My cousin's birthday was a week ago. She had always been into that mystic, spooky stuff. The woman she hired referred to herself as a spiritualist. She told us we were going to host a seance. She ignored my laugh and the roll of my eyes. We lit red candles and turned off the lights, and then we sat in a circle and held hands. The spiritualist started chanting, and it made me uneasy. When I opened my eyes, she was staring at me. I had drank quite a bit, and it annoyed me I had to sit through this stuff. So childishly, I stuck my tongue out at her. She kept looking at me, but I refused to back down. And then she smiled, and everything went black. I was trapped in a sea of fire, and everything was burning. I tried to scream, but my mouth was sewn shut. My skin bubbled, blackened, and peeled. I saw her then. She had her back turned to me. She was tall and thin and had the most beautiful black hair I had ever seen. And then she looked at me. I screamed. My fear wrenched my lips apart. The woman had no face, and her skin was mottled blue, black, and gray. She lurches towards me and tapped my forehead with a gnarled finger. She caressed the contours of my cheeks, encircled the hollows of my eyes, and traced patterns on my lips. She gripped the underside of my jaw, and with surprising strength, She sank her fingers into my flesh and tore my face off. The world burned and I screamed again. I never thought it possible to scream without lips. She molded my face onto her skull and then she smiled at me. My body sank into fire and I burned. When I awoke, I was on the floor, dripping wet and reeking of alcohol. My cousin and her friends surrounded me. They looked confused and concerned. "What happened?" I asked, snatching the towel offered to me. My cousin told me I had fallen and then started screaming. They didn't know what to do, so she, my cousin, threw a glass of wine on me. "Where is she?" I spat. I took out my compact mirror and vigorously checked my flawless reflection. "Where is who?" my cousin asked. "The spiritualist. She did this. She did something to me." My cousin looked at me as though I were crazy. "There was no spiritualist here, Bree." She gestured to her friends. "Just us." She peered at me. "Are you sure you're okay? I think you might have drank too much." I pushed past her to grab another glass of wine. "No, the problem is I haven't drunk enough." So I drank more and I forgot. I forced myself to forget. I don't believe in the supernatural. At least I never used to, but now I am losing everything, so I believe. I believe some ugly demon has taken my face and given me hers. Every time I look at my reflection, I cry. What else do I have if I'm no longer beautiful? I am not known for kindness. My personality does not win me friends. I have always been indescribable beauty. The kind of beauty that countries go to war over. And now I am a monster because some jealous beast thing stole my face. I don't know what to do anymore. I am tired of crying. It hurts. My tears burn and make holes in my skin. I've been holed up in my bathroom for days now. I broke my mirror with my fist and shattered it with my brittle bones. There are shards everywhere. Reflections of me. I can't escape it. I can't run from myself. I give up. To you, the demonic whatever you are, congrats, you win. I no longer want to see what I look like. I am tired of seeing my soul reflected back at me. I want to see her again. You know, for a final showdown. I want my face back. It's mine. It's always been mine. She doesn't come, though, and why would she? I am so tired. I'll close my eyes and rest for a moment. I just want to sleep, because if I sleep, then perhaps I will dream, and I will get lost in the memory of my beauty. Remember to brush your teeth, Caitlin. My mother warned me every morning and every night. If I didn't, she would scold me something horrid and tell me scary dentist stories until I ran into the bathroom crying and scrubbing the toothbrush vigorously against my poor teeth. Even as a very small child, she made sure I knew the complications of not brushing your teeth thoroughly, and though she tried to make the dentist's office seem like a calm, welcoming place, as most parents do, it ended up having the adverse effects. She drilled dental hygiene into me so severely, I was absolutely terrified, and kicked and screamed whenever I inevitably had to have my teeth checked. "Did you remember to brush your teeth, Caitlin?" she asked me one night as I lay in bed, already half asleep. "Yeah," I lied sleepily. I was too tired to get up, but fear surged through me as I realized she would see through my lie in a second. "Caitlin Rose Miller, what did I tell you about the importance of brushing your teeth properly every single night? Get in that bathroom right now and brush them before you get a cavity," she yelled. Scared, I jumped up and scurried to the bathroom. She tried to follow, but I locked the door swiftly behind me, trapping her outside. "Caitlin, open this door this instant, you little brat." She screamed, rattling the handle. "I'm brushing my teeth," I shrieked, turning the tap on so she could hear the water running. "Well done, honey." Her grip on the handle instantly went slack. "I'm so proud of you. I'll come and get you in 2 minutes." I did brush my teeth then, carefully and diligently, making sure to drag the brush at least thrice over every single tooth. My hand shook and the brush wavered in my mouth, but still I didn't stop. Not until I was done. I then set the brush back down, unlocking the bathroom door as I did so. "Remember to brush your teeth, Caitlin," came my mother's voice from in my bedroom. Frowning, I stopped still. "Mom?" "Remember to brush your teeth." Her voice was slightly distorted, wobbly and lower in pitch than usual. "Mom, but I just did." I continued into my bedroom, stumbling backwards with a horrified gasp as my eyes fell onto my mother. She sat on the bed, her gaze fixed on something far, far in the distance, her back straight up. Her hands, pale and cold, rested in her lap. She turned to face me and I cried out. Her eyes locked on mine and she looked blank, emotionless, cold. She was smiling wide, wider than I had ever seen anyone smile before, and her teeth, her immaculate glistening teeth, they were cracked and rotten. I reached out forward to touch her, and one particularly damaged blackened tooth fell out of her mouth and into my hand. I dropped it in disgust and it rolled under my bed, out of sight. "Remember to brush your..." She trailed off, still staring straight at me. Suddenly a thin line of scarlet blood snaked over her bottom lip and down her pallid chin, flowing effortlessly. "Mom?" I shouted, trying to snap her out of it, but she didn't seem to hear me. One by one, more rotten, broken fragments of tooth began to tumble out of her mouth and onto my bedroom carpet, until her mouth was empty. Her gaping, toothless grin freaked me out more than her rotted one, and I gagged slightly. "Remember to brush." "Mom?" I whispered. I stepped closer to inspect her mouth, but it was exactly as it looked from the other side of the room. Horrifying. "Remember to..." What was she saying? I closed my eyes, hoping it was all a dream, wishing my dad would come home soon and would know how to fix it. "Remember..." What? I opened my eyes. She was still there. "Remember..." She elevated her voice ever so slightly, just as blood began to cascade out of her mouth in a sick sort of crimson waterfall. She began to choke on the endless stream of blood and saliva, and I couldn't react, frozen to the spot. She continued to retch and cough until she collapsed and fell silent. I still don't know what happened to my mother that night. Dad won't explain it to me. And police told me she started bleeding because of her tooth loss and died choking on the blood, but no one can explain why her teeth rotted so suddenly, why they fell out, or why she was in such a trance in the first place. It's been years and years since that day now. If anyone can explain what happened, I'd love to know. It would give me some closure. You understand? I'd ask my dad, but he gets upset at the mere mention of my mother. And I don't want to do that to him, especially not since it's just him and me now. I just hope this was the right place to post my story. Could you send in the closet man? I asked my secretary. She sighed and heard her yell for him. I could hear the distinct thumps on the ground before hearing the familiar tone. He's on his way. from my secretary. There was a knock on the door. I adjusted my desk and walked up to the door to open it up. There, standing in casual clothing, was an 8-foot-tall man. His face had a large split down the middle, exposing rows of sharp teeth. His eyes were glossy white, and legs were nothing but long stumps which struggled to keep his body balanced. He bared his teeth somewhat, smiling as I gestured to the couch where he slowly sat down. "How are we doing today, Vic?" I asked. He covered his face with his fingers. "Relatively bad, so to say," he hissed. He reached his hand down to pet my cat, who was cuddling against his leg. I smiled as I sat down and asked my first question. "So what brings you here?" "Every night I go to a different house, hiding in the closets of unsuspecting kids, cowering beneath their blankets in an attempt to introduce them to the meaning of fear. But as of lately, I've been finding my job has already been completed. So I tried teenagers. They were even worse. They had boxes and socks filled with their..." He cut himself off. I tried to motion for him to continue, but he looked up at me with genuine concern in his glossy eyes. "Trust me, you don't want to know what I've seen when it comes to them. It's barbaric. It's sickening even for me. I mean, I don't have a stomach, but it makes me want to throw up." He gagged at the thought. I took down notes. "So it must be pretty bad out there lately, huh?" I asked after a moment of silence. He looked up at me. "I told you about the oath all of us monsters took when we hide under the beds or closets of kids, right?" he asked. "Yeah, that you would never hurt any child no matter how much you wanted to," I answered. He nodded. "Lately during my nightly calls, there was something else with me. I can't even begin to describe it. It was this feeling of pure evil, darkness, that void feeling you have when you feel you're in danger. I hid in this child's closet, and I could only describe it as just this dark cloud which passed over the house. It was the closest I've ever been to being afraid for myself." He shuddered. "Was there a possibility it was the boogeyman? I mean, next time he comes in, I'll ask if he knows about this and see if we can..." "It's not him. It's not the boogeyman. It's not any monster or demon I've ever met. It wanted me dead. I knew it did. I have lots of angels out to get me, but this wasn't an angel either." He had a look of pure terror on his face. He began to tear up as I looked outside of my window to see a strange man lurking in the shadows. "What the hell?" I asked out loud, so I called my secretary. "Hey Kelly, is there anybody scheduled after the closet man?" I asked, knowing the answer. "No, but there was someone in here earlier asking about someone by the name of Victor." I dropped the phone. Victor was the closet man's real name. The name before he was given the job of being a monster under the bed. "Vic, we need to get you somewhere safe. I don't think you're safe here," I said. He stood up on his stumps and awkwardly walked to the door. "Where do we go?" he asked. I shrugged, and we both walked out of the office. He dissipated into smoke and moved along the shadows as I walked out of the office with him tailing close behind me. The man was standing next to a pole about 100 feet from my car. I began to panic as I rushed into the car. Victor took form in the car again, taking up the entire back seat. I looked in the mirror and sighed with relief. When I turned to the passenger's side, I screamed in terror, as did Victor. The man was standing next to the car, asking to roll down the window. I was frozen in fear, and I tend to monsters. This made no sense. Everything I had seen, werewolves, skeletons, ghosts, the literal boogeyman, and yet I trembled in fear at this man. He had a steel gray mustache. His hair was unkempt, looking like it was covered in cornstarch, and he was dressed like a businessman. He gave a warm smile as he reached out for me to shake his hand. "My name is Tomeo. I just wanted to touch base with you." He smiled. Victor gave a nod before I opened the door for this strange man. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. I shook my head no. "Typical. Nobody knows me anymore. They rely on your monsters. Ghost stories by the campfire to tell the stories of beings beyond your comprehension." He sighed. I gripped the steering wheel with all of my strength in my body, trying to comfort myself. "You see, Tess, you can see them even though you aren't a child. Every child forgets, but you never did. That is why you see them. That is why you see me, but my time is coming." I stopped gripping the steering wheel. Victor spoke up. "What do you want from us?" he asked. Tomeo looked back and smiled. "It's not about what I want from you. It's what I'm going to do to all of you," he said happily. I felt a pit in my stomach. This man was giving off the energy of pure evil in physical form. "Lucifer," I said quietly. He laughed hysterically, almost like a madman. "Trust me, he wishes he was me. He wishes he had the guts to do what I'm capable of." "Which is?" He cleared his throat. "Killing the monsters, of course. Introducing a new way of making them fear, sending a message that monsters are monsters. They kill, they torture, and they enjoy it." I tried to grab Tomeo, but immediately he turned around and stabbed Victor in the face with an ornamental dagger. "No!" I screamed. He smiled as he opened the door. "My time has come. It's not for humanity to be put back on the food chain for all of us," he said before walking away and dissipating into a black cloud of smoke. I removed the blade and threw it out of the window. I tried to wrap the wound, but the blood seeping out was too much. He gasped in pain as he tried to help cover the wound. "Please, Tessa, don't let him win. Think of the kids. He'll kill thousands, maybe millions," he sputtered out before going limp in the back of my car. I cried softly as the sun began to set. The next morning I walked into my office to find a thick envelope sitting on my desk. I opened them up and began to cry again. In the envelope were photos of slaughtered monsters. Dracula impaled on a wooden fence post, a werewolf spliced open with a dagger sitting in his head, the boogeyman hanging from his own guts, demons ripped in half. Inside was a note written in monster blood. "The night is my domain now. There are no saviors. No monsters to hide under your bed. Just fear. I am the darkness. I am the meaning of fear. And now the entire human race will experience how it feels to be back on the food chain. Good night, Tessa." The note was signed by Tomeo. I knew already I couldn't stop it. And now it's out there. Fear. It was a warm summer day when I first set foot in the old, abandoned house on the edge of town. I had always been curious about the place, with its peeling paint, broken windows, and overgrown yard. It was said to be haunted, and I had heard all sorts of creepy stories about the strange noises that came from the house at night, the ghostly apparitions that could be seen through the windows, and the feeling of dread that seemed to hang in the air. I wasn't sure what to expect when I entered the house, but I was certainly prepared for anything. I had a flashlight, a camera, and a sense of adventure. I was determined to uncover the truth about this creepy old place, no matter what it took. As I stepped inside, I was immediately struck by how dark and quiet the house was. The only sound came from my footsteps as I made my way from room to room. The furniture was covered in a thick layer of dust, and cobwebs hung from the ceiling. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized that no one had lived in this house for years. It was as I was exploring the upstairs of the house that I heard the first strange noise. It was a low, mournful groan, like the wind blowing through a narrow alley. At first, I tried to tell myself that it was just the wind, but as the groaning grew louder and more persistent, I realized that it was something more sinister. I shone my flashlight in the direction of the sound, but there was nothing there. I continued to explore the rest of the house, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease that was settling in my chest. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to see something frightening, but there was never anything there. And then, as I was about to leave the house, I saw something that made me wish I had never entered the old, abandoned house in the first place. In one of the rooms, there was a small wooden door that looked like it led to a closet or a small storage room. I cautiously approached the door, wondering what I would find on the other side. I reached for the doorknob and was about to open it when I heard a voice whisper in my ear, "Don't go in there." I jumped back, my heart racing, but there was no one there. I looked around the room, but there was still no sign of anyone. I was alone in the house, and yet I had heard a voice. I was about to leave the house when I realized that I had left my camera in the room with the door. I didn't want to leave without it, so I reluctantly returned to the room. I hesitated for a moment, but then I reached for the doorknob and opened the door. The room was pitch black and I could barely make out the shapes of the things inside. I reached for my flashlight, and as I did, I heard the voice again. "Don't go in there." I turned to run, but my feet wouldn't move. I was frozen in place, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I heard a rustling sound, and then I saw a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. I don't remember what happened after that. All I know is that I woke up outside the house, with no memory of how I got there. I never went back to the old abandoned house on the edge of town, and I never told anyone what I saw in that small wooden room. Years have passed, and I still think about that haunted house. I wonder what was in that room, and what the voice was trying to tell me. I sometimes hear the groaning sound in my dreams, and I see the glowing eyes in the darkness, and I know that I will never forget the fear that I felt in that old, abandoned house. If you're reading this, odds are that I'm already gone, and you're experiencing the same thing I was. All I have is one piece of advice for you. Do not open the door. It sounds cliche, but once you hear my story, you'll understand. It started with me heading to the bar with some friends. We were all having a good time, drinking and hollering at every pretty woman we saw. Eventually we got too rowdy and they kicked us out, leaving us to stumble our way home. I had to get home soon anyway. My cat doesn't feed himself after all. I still had a takeaway cup from the bar which I was taking sips from. Looking back on it now, not getting a lid for it was the dumbest thing I ever did. I was stumbling back home when all of a sudden, I saw a figure at the end of the street. They were standing just outside of a streetlight so that I could not make out their appearance. My eyes struggled to focus on the mysterious figure. Suddenly, they walked into the light, revealing a well-dressed man. He wore a plain brown suit and tie, brown dress pants, and black dress shoes. Finally being able to see him, I relaxed and continued to press on home. I noticed how the man also began to walk so that we were heading towards each other. The clop, clop, clop of his shoes against the pavement was almost deafening, even from a distance. Each one of his footfalls made my head pound, making me stumble more and more. When we were within mere feet of each other, each step sent my world into chaos and misery. As we passed, I finally lost my footing and fell directly into him, my whiskey spilling all over his clothes. I hit the ground hard. I stared up at the dark sky, watching the stars twinkle like diamonds up above. Then another view came into my vision. The man was staring down at me, a fiery glow in his eyes and a look of pure malice on his face. As his eyes met mine, an icy chill coursed through my body. I could feel something awful emanating from him as his eyes stared deeper into mine, this man seemingly cursing me with all his might. Then I blinked. I was in my bed. The sun was shining through my window and my clock read 9:30 a.m. I wiped the sleep from my eyes and looked around confused. My cat, Beef, sat at the foot of my bed, grumpy that he had not been fed yet. But all I could think about was the man I had seen last night. I could still see, no, feel his eyes staring into mine. That chill that I had felt still resonated within me, and that awful energy radiating off of him seemed to linger in the air. Nevertheless, I had chores to do and a cat to feed. I got up and walked to the kitchen, opening the cabinet and poured some food into Beef's bowl. That's when I heard it. A tap on the window behind me, just loud enough to be heard. I wheeled around, startling Beef. I expected to see the man there, still staring at me, but there was nothing. That was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, small things began to happen, be it a tap on the window or a knock at my door. Eventually, just when I began to question my own sanity, the voices began, always speaking from behind a door I was near to. Whenever I opened the door, some primal sense in me told me not to, so I had to resist the temptation. At first, they were speaking in unintelligible gibberish, but with each passing encounter, their words and voices began to form. They had the voices of everyone I loved, my parents, my grandparents, my brothers, my sister, my aunts and uncles, and so many more. They tormented me for weeks, screaming, begging, pleading for me to just open that door, to let them in. They all had a different reason for me to let them in. "I'm hurt," my mother screamed. "There's someone chasing me," my brother yelled in desperation. "The house is on fire," cried my father. "It's so cold out," my sister hauntingly stated. Then one day, a new voice joined the symphony of horror. It was my own voice. It joined in with the others, now demanding that I open the door, ordering me to just let them in. As I write this now, I can't take it anymore. They're at my bedroom door. I'm going to open it. I need to end this misery.